on this small planet. Absolutely. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're all doing well out there. Welcome to Quiz Night on a Wednesday. It is time for some relativity this fair evening. Lack of a long E. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't up for the long E tonight, etc. I might do later on, but yeah, lack of long E this time. We'll make up for it later on with poker face maybe later on. But I hope you're doing well out there. Let me slide myself in on there. Hello there. Hi there. It's me. It's Ash. But we've got other people going to be doing it for me anyway.
Cheer 100.
Relativity. Yes, text-to-speech. Thank you for the 100 bits there, G. Appreciate that. Plus the 47-month resub there from Pyro Pygmy. Thank you for the 47 months. I hope you're doing well out there. Thank you for your support. Yes, TTS Ash is in pain, very much so. Slightly unwell, just a tad. Well, if you're like in on tonight's edition of Relativity, written by Solar Espion, proofed by Alex, I am assured that it is actually a pretty good pack. This I've given it a very quick look over, and I do like some of the questions I'm seeing. But if you're interested in playing
Cheer 100.
Relativity. Again, the sobbing on the end of the sound there is very strange. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Marcini. Appreciate that. Worth the 100 bits, confirmed. But if you'd like to play tonight's edition of Relativity, please go to Hackbox is the best way to play the game. And the room code to enter in for tonight is ZVJK. ZVJK. And as 100 bits from Alpha Channel, thank you for all the 100 bit support. Appreciate that. It still gets read out all the same with Cheer 100. Dealing with my bullshit again, says SB in chat. I don't know if it's necessarily bullshit, SB. There's some good questions in there, some really good content, some really good guesstimatory kind of questions in there that people are going to go. Okay, there might be a couple of damn it, SB
Cheer
moments
100,
potentially.
Jeff.
But Cheer 100, Jeff. Thank you for the 100 bits there. Jeff, I have no idea who this Jeff is, but thank you for the 100 bits nonetheless. But yeah, there may be a couple of moments like that, SB. But there'll be some good questions in there as well that people like.
200 bit months of all that jazz.
Of all of that jazz, thank you for the actual 2 full years in total. Been subscribed for 22 months in succession, but for 2 years of total subs. Thank you for all of the support there, Suddycat. Oh, I know that Jeff Prey, but I don't know if that's the Jeff being referenced to. Because there are many Jeffs. You know, there's my Manema Jeff. There's also Jeff in bloody Formula One. There's loads of Jeffs out there. Jeff Wade. Yes, exactly, Frey. Exactly. There are lots of Jeffs out there, not just necessarily the one that's being potentially referenced to in that bit alert. I don't know which one is being referenced to. If they want to make that apparent, then they can add another bit alert and say what the actual full name was. But yes, we've got a pack here by Solar SBL, proofed by Alex. It's some good questions in it tonight. And then later on, Alex gets to write some questions with Poker Face, a great set of questions, stack of questions in that when we do get to that point there. Apparently, text-to-speech didn't want to read that one though, Oni. Thank you for the 100 bits there. Jeff Unbelievable Stelling is the only Jeff there is. Stop lying to yourself. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know, Jeff. But thank you for the 100 bits. Apparently, that one didn't get read. Maybe because Stelling is a swear. Yeah, potentially so. Or it could actually be the quote marks threw it off entirely, and the text-to-speech API just went, I don't know what that is. You know how it manages to do the ampersand trick and converts that into all sorts of Unicode crap. So it might be the double quotes are actually causing it. I know it was an awful cameo, so I wasn't necessarily going for it. But yeah, I don't know, Jeff. Is this your first time playing, Joe? It is very simple. Answer the questions. Standard trivia form, this one. Just answer the questions. That's all you need to do. Most of them are going to be giving you a number, but first round is there's 1 in 3. Choose the right option. It's basically it. Keep going and hope you get points. That's how the game works. As simple as that. And then, later on, Poker Face, written by Alex. Great set of questions in there, and $250,000 loot on offer for whoever can hold their nerve and show the steeliest of poker faces out there in order to claim that victory. Not necessarily through pure skill in quizzing, but you could bluff your way to a victory as well. You're not likely to know the answers. The idea is to guess exactly score. You're not necessarily supposed to know all of these answers straight up. Instead, you got to reckon what the answer is and make a good judgment call and guesstimation. There are, Benchmark, I think, was sort of a game show that was a bit like that. But you will know the answers once you play the game, Topper. That is how playing games works. You actually understand what the answers are by actually watching and playing the game. It's quite a novel concept, actually. Legally distinct from guespionage. There's also that as well, yes. Occasionally you will get super lucky and you'll fall into a very specific wheelhouse that you do happen to know the number of and get maximum points on. But not necessarily all of them. That's sort of the idea, is that we hit a broad set of subjects that you're not likely to know everything about. You may be a master of knowing one specific thing, but not everything in the known universe. And there goes the hype train. Thank you very much for all of the support in that. Quickly touch on what happened on the Friday stream, I think, because I mentioned in Discord, and I probably should make a mention of it on stream as well. The game was fine. After I sort of, collected all of my thoughts over the weekend and that, the game was fine, but it just dragged. It really just dragged for a long time, and the tech issues on my side, the tech issues on the player side, and then answering issues, except they're not issues, all the answers were technically correctly marked. It was quite strict. All of that just boiled over, and I got as soon as I went to the break screen between Who Dares Wins and what would have been the drop, I just slumped. I got very much emotionally slumped from all of that happening at once, and just didn't feel it. I really didn't feel it, and I felt like it would have been a disservice to continue on and lackluster host the Duke Drop game, which would not have been fun time at all. I would be just sort of going through the motions, essentially, not really enjoying that, and then people may pick up on that and then start to suddenly feel more and more like it's not really worth doing, and then I have to get around doing the wheel spin and everything, and it just becomes a chore at that point. So I thought, no, I'm just going to call it there, get my emotions in check, consider things over the weekend, and then come back at it at another time. Over the weekend, I did do some tweaks to the game, notably adding in timers into the game, because people apparently need to know that. It's not an apparent thing that people are aware that time exists, so now you are aware that time exists, because I'm going to tell you that time exists, and you have a limited amount of that for each particular part of the game, just so that we can keep things moving along. And then for the quality of life side of things for the audience game, you can now remove answers if you accidentally typo them. You just click on an answer and it just goes away, and it also marks all of the answers, but past the point where you give me your first wrong answer, it will be a reduced value, and the sort of the tolerance that it builds into for the strings now is slightly wider. So I've kind of reconciled the fact that yes, you could give the answer of Henry VII for actual correct answer of Henry VIII, but if it's in the audience game, I'm like, Sure, whatever, don't care. You made that mistake, but it's fine. And I'm reconciling that on the audience side is like, it's a nice to have an audience game in the first place. If it's going to have a little bit of a issue where it's giving a wrong answer as right, then all it's actually good is it's doing is a plus for all the audience game. You're actually just benefiting from a slight mistake in the game. But yeah, it'll just be on your conscience. That's it, yeah. So that's basically it. Is I've made it less strict. Punctuation and stuff, I've also tried to remove those out of the checking as well, though it should have already been doing that in the first place. And yeah, exactly, bank error in your favour, collect additional doots is essentially it. And I also found out why the doot bank wasn't working, because of course the version I've got of the doot bank, it still uses HTTP requests because it's used in an older version of Unity where HTTPS didn't work. And in the Unity 2022 and later editions, they disable any requests to HTTP, not S, by default, unless you specify a specific setting to make it allow that. So yeah, I had to turn that setting back on in order for the Doots bank to pay out again. So that's why that didn't pay out. All the code was there. It did calculate everything correctly as it should have done, but it just didn't pay anything out because it went, you're not connected to a secure network connection, so you're just going, nah, not happening. So yeah. No, not that hex. Actually, it's a setting directly in the player. It has basically a security setting on the player settings that if it tries to request any URL that is HTTP, it just goes, nah, fam. Ain't happening. Sorry, did I just say that? I did just say that. Oh, God. Ideally, I would just convert that code to always be HTTPS and be done with it. But I know that I have older versions of Unity that depend on it. That means it won't work for those versions at all. So I suppose I could do a hash if define if it's an older version Unity, do HTTP. If it's a newer version, use HTTPS. It's a thing that I could easily do, but it's just a thing I need to do. That's a point to actually do it. So how did the whole idea of Hackbox first come into play? Yeah, so Dev originally did buzzer.dev, bzzr.dev, which still exists to this day. I think we were actually using it last night for Toad's edition of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And that was just a simple buzzer interaction. And I had done a Unity add-in, essentially, to directly interface with that system so that you can do very simple buzzer games using buzzer.dev through Unity. And then Dev sort of expanded a bit further, went into learning a bit of Vue.js as well as part of all of this, and developed Hackbox, which is is sort of a take of Jackbox, that's hence the name, but you get to hack the things together essentially. Through the component system of Hackbox provided, but you'll be able to offer more than just a simple buzzer button, but you can also go send some text to the device or images or whatever, really. Whatever sort of main controls you'd ever expect in a sort of quiz or game show that you see on these streams or in the wider world. And I then put the Unity side of things together, all that, so that you could all connect through to that. And that's the sort of the story of Hackbox alongside the Unity side of things. It doesn't have to be Unity, by the way. You can connect to Hackbox through anything that works with WebSockets, essentially. Technically, Socket.io WebSockets, but it is a WebSocket at the end of the day. You can just implement it, and it's just that Unity's one is just kind of readily available because I made it readily available. It's the sort of the one and only API interaction with Hackbox that kind of exists out there outside of what was on buzz.hackbox.ca. Though I think that one is currently down at the moment alongside the Sandbox Hackbox CA website as well because of domain registry issues, I think, something along those lines. But anyway, that's the thing. And yeah, it is a pun on Jackbox, exactly. That's why the avatar for Hackbox imitates the Jackbox games, Mickey Masterson head out of the cardboard box thing. We replaced the head though with Dev's head instead. Yeah, probably will work with Flash. I don't know how well it works with ActionScript 3, etc. I know that Mr. Game Show was wanting to look into that at some point to try and figure out how to do that kind of thing. Yeah, I think so. I know he was asking questions about Flash and ActionScript 3 with the WebSocket stuff, so maybe got that working? I actually don't know. If so, that would be quite nice to see made available in some way. Because I think Buzzer Bob still uses Flash for his Game Show Marathon stuff, so if that kind of works, then it'd be nice for Buzzer Bob to know about it so that he can do hackboxy things with his games as well. But I'll leave that to the relevant parties to make that apparent. It's not necessarily my business to get into that. I have Hackbox Unity. That's my little babby. That's why the majority of the games you have here that do have some sort of external connection use that, because it's sort of my babby, and have sort of made it happen. I know I do have my other control software, and I know Ben heavily uses that system for his universal controller. He uses my control system, which is sort of just shell WebSocket connection, doesn't really do much, and I should make more use of that. I know I use that in the drop, and I use it in Outright, the more up-to-date version of that. But most of the things use Hackbox, because I don't need super real-time things being sent all the time to Hackbox. In some cases it's kind of nice to do so, like with timers and flashy things, but you don't necessarily need it all the time. You just need something on a periodic basis just to keep you in check as to what's going on. And also with it being nice and simple, like simple web browser thing, it can just run very easily on even the most potato of phones these days. So there's that as well. You hack together a mediator. Right. So right, I see. So a go between the two, a bit like Hackbox to key kind of thing theory. That makes sense. Are we using that? Oh, you know what? I haven't even looked into that score. I might have a quick nose in the code at the break. I haven't even looked into that. So we may get some frame skips issues again later on at Poker Face, but we will see. You've never heard of that phrase, Colin? Like, you got yourself like a potato phone or something. You've never heard of that? Anyway, I guess we'll just get on with it, I suppose. Get on with relativity. It is 20 past. I have been waffling on for a bit. Nobody turned me into potato. Exactly, Score. Exactly. Be glad you didn't get turned into a potato. Jesus, that was tenuous as fuck. I'm buzzing myself for that one. Let's do the launch and let's play some relativity, folks. Deserved buzz. And let's play. Round number one, of course, is also known as Take the Volume Down. General relativity. So in this round, we will give you a statement about a particular number. However, that number in the statement may not necessarily be correct. It's your job to determine whether it is the correct number or whether it should be lower or higher. All you need to do on your Hackbox device is click the lower, equal, or higher button depending on what you think the number in question should be in the statement. If you're right, you get yourself 500 points on the board. If you're wrong, you don't. You just get 0, and we just move on to another statement. It is as simple as that to start with. So get your guessing game on right now. It is a 1 in 3 on each question, lower, equal, or higher. You can also use Twitch chat as well to answer. If you're that way inclined, you just say lower, equal, greater, L, E, G, less than symbol, equal symbol, greater than symbol. Any of those options will work alongside actually playing in Hackbox, where you get clicky buttons. And please keep an eye on stream because that'll be when you know when the time is up. Get your answers in a timely manner, otherwise you will not get any points at all. Let's start off with statement number 1. Good luck. Talking about potato phones, the very first iPhone, released in 2007, had a vertical, as in uppy-downy, resolution of 640 pixels. Is that lower, equal, or higher? That's 640. It's interesting because at the time it was definitely not a potato phone. It was, you know, the smartest of all of the phones out there. You know, this sort of spawned the real proper start of smartphones. Like, there were a few quote-unquote smartphones before iPhone came along, but iPhone really established itself as being the sort of smartphone. Yes, there were BlackBerries and other bricks out there, but yeah, iPhone was the first proper smartphone out there. But 640 pixels tall doesn't sound particularly high res, does it, compared to, like, you know, the likes of this thing is like nearly 3,000 pixels tall these days. Let's have a look to see where you got. Okay, 14 of you have gone with that being the correct vertical resolution. 12 believe it is a lower than 640 pixel resolution. And 8 believe it is a greater than 640 pixel resolution. Well, I can tell you that the horizontal resolution of said phone was a mere 320 pixels, which would make the vertical resolution 480 pixels, yes. 480 by 320, which then increased to 960 by 640 for the iPhone 4 back in 2011. So yes, lower was the correct answer. 12 of you went the correct way there. And also, yeah, the newest model, the iPhone 16 Pro Max, has a resolution of 2868 vertically by 1320 horizontally. Yeah. Lots of pixels available on your modern phones, but all the way back then, yeah, you just had 480 by 320, and at that time, that was a luxury resolution. That was a super luxury resolution where you can get 320p video. But why did the 12 of you go the right way? Getting some points. And yeah, the phones have gotten more and more tall over time as well. Yeah, the aspect ratio of that is very different to the modern aspect ratio you would see on the flagship smartphones you see out there, which are more, you know, anamorphic widescreen kind of size resolution in a way. That question made me feel old indeed. Yeah. All right, we will continue on to statement number 2 on something completely different. The all-time leading scorer in the Professional Women's Hockey League is Marie-Philippe Poulin, with 24 goals. Lower, equal, or higher? Well, I guess it's a sort of Quebecois kind of name there. What lifetime? I just read what the statement says, Malik. The all-time leading scorer in the Professional Women's Hockey League is Marie-Philippe Poulin with 24 goals. That is the question we're asking, or the statement we're asking. But is that right? Let's see where you've gone. Oh, Sanchi on their own, believing it is fewer than 24 goals. 8 believe that is the correct total that Marie-Philippe Poulin has achieved so far. And 22 believe more than 24 goals. You were so confused that you didn't get a chance to answer, says Manic. Well, 24 goals, that's what we're looking at, and that is the number it should be, exactly 24 goals. While this may seem incredibly low, the PWHL is only in its 2nd season of existence, so yeah, it's not been around for a great deal of time. With Poulin's Montreal Victoire, Thank you for the spelling pronunciation there. Victoire team having played a total of 46 regular season games in their history. Poulin has also played professionally in now defunct leagues known as the CWHL and PWHPA, whose stats are kept separately. So yes, the PWHL has only been around for a short amount of time, hence why 24 seems quite a small number, but 24 is the correct number. 8 went the right way for 500 points. Very well done there. In which country is this based? Yes. Multiple countries. USA and Canada, much like NHL is USA and Canada as well. But the Canadians tend to do a bit better. I have that lean. Moving on to statement number 3. Have a look at this. Meet the Press, the longest running show on US television, first aired in 1955. Is that year lower as in before then, equal or higher as in after then? So lower would mean like 1930, higher would mean something like 1980. Equal is the same year. You don't know what lower, equal, higher means with the years. You think you know the exact years, Tadaro? Alright, well, we'll come to you in a few moments' time before I press the magic button. If you think you know what the exact year is, don't say it just yet. I will ask you in a moment. Let's have a look to see where everyone has gone, though. Okay, 6 believe that is the correct year in question. 13 believe it was later than 1955. 13 believe it is before 1955. Of those in the lower section, Tadaro is there. All right then, Tadaro, what is the year we're looking for? Meet the Press. When did it first air? 1947, you say? 1947 is exactly the correct year. Nice knowledge there, Tadaro. Meet the Press is a weekly news talk show every Sunday where journalist hosts interview major figures in politics and economics. On the 9th of November 1975, Gerald Ford appeared on Meet the Press, marking the first time that a sitting US president appeared on a live news broadcast. 1947 was the year in question. Tadaro, absolute perfect knowledge, though only needs to know that it was lower for the 500. You don't get any bonus points for knowing it exactly. And another 12 players also getting it right for 500 points apiece. So yeah, there we go. That is half of this round done with. We've got 3 more statements to go. And we're going to go off to figure out what birds are right now. According to birdlife.org, out of 18 recognised species of penguin, 11 are listed as vulnerable or endangered. Lower, equal or higher? Thank you, Twitch, for URLifying birdlife.org. Absolutely needed that. Pure guesswork based on the longest running UK programme dates from 1957. The US always do things greater. Well, that's the whole point of this game, Woollyback, is making guesstimations and trying to draw logic out of other seemingly random things. Hello there, Flail Sipster. Yes, we are talking about some penguins. Apparently 11 are listed as vulnerable or endangered, or is that not the number we're looking at? Let's have a look to see what you've got. Okay, 5 believe there are fewer than 11 species that are vulnerable or endangered. 9 believe that is the correct number, including our favourite penguin tipster. 19, though, good majority, believe there are more than 11 recognised species of penguin that are listed as vulnerable or endangered. Now, interestingly, we are telling you that the absolute upper bound is 18. So we're looking at 12, 30, 40, 50, 60, 17 or 18. 7 possible options if the answer is higher. Only 1 possible option if it is equal. And then you've got 10 possible options if the answer is lower. So if you're playing a pure numbers game on that one and just going with pure probability, then technically lower is the way to go because they've got the wider margin on that. But you've got a bit of guesstimation to play with as well. It's not just pure probabilities at play. What's the correct answer? It is equal. There are exactly 11 recognised species of penguin that are listed as vulnerable or endangered. Hopefully Tipster is a king, emperor, Adderley, chinstrap or little penguin, as those are the 5 varieties currently labelled as least concern. Gentoo and Magellanic penguin are listed as near threatened, which lies outside the International Union for Conservation of Nature's red zone. So there you go. Do we have a specific species in mind, Tipster, or has that not been necessarily established as official canon yet for your character? We will await Tipster's reply on that, but well done to 9 players, including our friend Tipster there, getting that right, each getting 500 points apiece. Scrolling back through ideas with SB. All right, fair enough. My Empoleon is not endangered erect every... Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, anyway, 9 went the right way, getting those 500 points. Let's put that one away. Tip is a little penguin. If that's the species, just little penguin, then I'm happy to go with that. Hello there, Puzzle Dan, and welcome to the game. Hope you're doing well this evening and enjoy your time with Relativity tonight. We shall move on to statement number 5, which reads as follows. The tallest tsunami ever recorded in Lituya Bay, Alaska in 1958 had a 349-meter wave. Don't really call it higher. Presumably, height-wise, we're talking here. Because if it was like that way, then it's like, well, yeah, it probably is going to be longer than that. But yeah, I think that way up maybe is the wave height we're looking at. We'll see. Let's put that one up there. I mean, whatever species it is, it's licensed to fly and serve alcohol. Yeah, there's not going to be many species that have that accreditation available. You read this, but can't remember what it was, says Mr. Vertigo. Well, let's see where you've gone. Good majority here have gone higher. 2/3 of you have gone with higher than 349 meters. 2 believe that is the correct height, and 8 believe it is shorter than 349 meters in this particular tsunami wave. A meter is a block in Minecraft, right? Oh god, here we go. What is a block in Minecraft? Well, the thing is, it's a unit. It is no specific distance. It is just a unit. Technically, it's a voxel, but we'll address that later on. But we are talking actual meters here. 349 meters. That's pretty damn tall. How about a 524 meter wave, though? Bloody hell! Half a kilometre high wave. Them waves, though, absolutely. Yeah, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake on the 9th of July 1958 caused a landslide into the remote Gilbert Inlay with some rocks falling as far as 900 metres. The resulting tsunami washed away trees as high as 1,720 feet above sea level. Oh, we're mixing all our units up here now. And regions whose vegetation was uprooted are still distinctly visible nearly 70 years later. Yeah, that's quite the big tsunami, or at least tall tsunami there. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Flee to the top of the Burj Khalifa. I don't know if that's going to help you, Alpha Channel, because, I mean, if it destroys the structural integrity below it, you've got a long way to go down. 524-metre wave was the correct response. 20 went the correct way, getting themselves 500 points in the process. Surely the top of the tsunami is sea level. Oh, well, Cursed Tuka, that's a very interesting point you bring up, but I'm not going to get into that. That's a right pedantry. I like that, but I don't know if I can necessarily do much argument about it, so I'm going to leave there and move on to our final statement in the round and leave you to talk about it in the comments. Statement number 6 is this one. The first and most recent solo studio albums by musical icon Cher were released 47 years apart. Lower equal higher. The first album and most recent album by musical icon Cher were released 47 years apart. That's quite a distance. If we could turn back time. Oh, Puzzle Dan. You're getting a buzz for that one. Having a look into the lineup, you think you're a fairy penguin. A fairy penguin, tipster. Interesting. We won't say any more about that. What we'll see is how many have gone for any particular response here. Oh! We're nearly getting to super split territory, though. 11, exactly a third of you, went with lower, as in fewer than 47 years. 14 went with equal, saying that is the right number of years apart. And 8 say greater than 47 years apart from the first and most recent solo studio albums by Cher. So the first one was All I Really Want to Do. That was released in August of 1965. That's quite a long time ago. My dad was 2 years old. No, he wasn't even 2 years old on that particular month, but he was nearly 2 years old. And the most recent album by Cher was just titled Christmas. And that was released in October of 2023. 58 years apart. That is a long time apart. 58 years. 8 of you went the right way. Ralph, Hex, AJB, Flyboy, Mr. Vertigo, Cursed Toucan, Alpha Channel, and Sanchi all went the right way, saying higher. And yes, those are currently the bookends of Cher's solo discography, which includes 27 original albums, 11 compilation albums, 4 soundtracks, 3 live albums, and 80 singles released across 7 decades. And a partridge in a pear tree. No, I don't think they do, Silent Marie, but for Cher, they do. Up to and including 2023 so far. And that is the end of round number 1. Let's have a look at the scores, shall we? No perfect games so far, but we have Drahuska and Hex currently at the top of the board, 4 of 6 right on 2,000 points apiece. Then we've got a tie for third place between Mr. Vertigo, Nata, Prugs, Con, Radalak, Kursuk, etc., and Ralph and Alpha Channel, each getting 3 of 6 correct for 1,500. A big tie for 11th place there between Danny Gambit, Prey, Tadaru, Shadow Main, Colo, Woollyback, Brian, Siu, Flyboy, Pyropygmy, Joe, Cart Quiz, Woke Quiz, 93 AJB, Tipster, and Claire and Sportsy, all getting 2 right for 1,000 points. Topper, Marcini, Midget on the Internet, Sanchi, Manic Volcanic, and Puzzledan getting 1 right for 500 points. Colin, DMC, and Inca currently yet to get off the mark, but we have plenty of opportunity to score points as we go into round number 2 and beyond, because we are looking at, well, a maximum of 1,000 for a correct answer in this round, a maximum of 1,500 for round 3. Yeah, there's definitely a way to claw back any particular deficits here as we go on into round number 2. Wait, what? How did this happen, says Drahuska? Just by answering questions correctly. It is as simple as that. Round number 2 is ranged relativity. So in this round, we will give you a question about a particular number. It will be a whole number, positive or negative, we don't know, but we will give you some ranges to consider. The answer will be somewhere amongst that range. It's then up to you to dial in an answer and submit it to as close as you think it is. And the closer you are, the more points you get. And the further you are, the fewer points you get, with the furthest away answer scoring absolutely nothing. But if you can answer the question exactly, absolutely exactly, and get it on the nose, you can get 1,000 points onto your score for the perfect correct answer. But the likelihood of that happening is incredibly low. It will happen like once or twice in most games, but there have been times it'll never happen, and sometimes it's happened very frequently indeed. It's just how numbers work, yo. So we'll see how you'll do. Good luck. Here comes your first question to consider. Including retro remake courses, how many playable circuits are there across all 8 main series Mario Kart games? Answering between 200 and 600 circuits. Okay, was not expecting the minimum to be 200. That already is quite a big number. Across all 8 main series Mario Kart games, how many playable circuits are there? Try again, Claire. Hopefully you got an answer in time. Can't do math right now, says Hex. Well, you don't necessarily need to know math for this, just a good reckoning. Here's the thing, like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that's just got so many. It has so many circuits, and they're all technically, the same, but kind of different, so they count differently. Ralph skipped the Wii in the calculation and undershot the 8DX DLC. Yeah, there's an awful lot in 8DX. Let's see where you've all gone on this slide between 200 and 600 tracks. Lowest guess we've got is Ralph with 220 and Prugs with 240. Alpha Channel and Midget on the internet going for a nice power of 2 number, 256. Hex has gone for 258. Let's jump up a bit. We've got Brian with 300, Topper with 308, Tipster and Shadowmane with 320, Suyu with all the 333, Colin with 400, Prey with 412, Sanchi with a 420. Biggest number we've got is Claire did get an answer in on 523 is our biggest guess on the board. So we know it is somewhere between 200 and 600. Let's count them off, shall we? So, now you have time to think. Ralph is trying to offer some numbers here. So, for Super Mario Kart, there are 20. For Mario Kart 64, there are 16. For Mario Kart Super Circuit, there are 40. So you got 2 or 3 right so far, Ralph. The first one, you need to add another 4. In Double Dash, there are 16. You got that right. There are 32 each in DS, Wii, and 7. You got that right. And there are 96 in 8 Deluxe. Not included, of course, is from the 4 Mario Kart arcade games or the Mario Kart Tour mobile phone spin-off. So you're off by 4 for the final sum. The correct answer is... 284 was our final total. Malik was off by 6 with a guess of 290. They get the most points, getting 975 on the board. AJB was next best, getting 958 points. Then it was Pyro Pygmy, third best guess, getting 954 points for your guess. All the way down to, unfortunately, Claire, your guess of 500 and a bit was probably about double the value we were looking for. Means you're getting absolutely nothing for that guess. But we've still got loads of more questions to get some points on. Here's to see how many that would increase by when Mario Kart 9 shows up, says Cetra, indeed. But 284 was the answer we're looking for there. Let's put that one away. Some great knowledge being demonstrated there, Ralph. Just off by 4 on the initial sum. Okay, moving on to question number 2, where we go from fictional racing to real racing. What was the total number of laps scheduled across the entire 2024 Formula 1 season, including sprint races? Hello there, Clive. Apparently you know this. Answer between 480 and 1920. As we know, Clive is a big F1 bod. He did know Circuit of the Americas in Time Shock. So clearly he knows the correct number of laps here. Hope you do well tonight, Clive. Thank you, also mod. You're right there, Prey. You okay there, Prey? This is good content. I don't know. It's F1. We need to have more trivia about different sports. Like, you could easily have done this about Formula E. Easily could have done this about Formula E. Or maybe you could have done it about Formula 2, Formula 3. You know, there's loads of other formulas out there. I can't complain, unfortunately, because I have the piece of paper to tell me that I can't complain about Formula 1. But I do know that there are more sports out there other than Formula 1. Oh, including sprints. Yeah, well, let's see where you've all gone. It's interesting the clumps we've got here, actually. That's quite an interesting sight. Hex, Danny, and a midget on the internet are our first clump, 636, 666, 690. Our next clump is Sanchi and Joe, 809 and 817. The next clump after that is Prey, Pyro, and Tadaru, with a bit of Shadowmane and Puzzle Dan for looks of things. Yeah, looks like that. Yeah, all of them in sort of the same clump. Then we've got the 1111111164, 1180, 1187. From Prugs up to from Sue up to Brian, should I say? The 1200 to 1300 crew, the 1400 crew, and then Clive definitely knows his stuff. with a guess of 1702. It is our biggest guess of all. So, I mean, which clump out of these clumps has got it right? Surely one of you's got it right. Correct answer is... Clive was closer than he expect. Manic Volcanic was our best guess, 1545. The correct answer was 1570. Manic was off by 25 there. From 15 even, not 25. So Manic, again, 2 in a row. Yes, top answer, getting 973 points this time. Then it was Marcini next best, 952 points for that. And Ralph third best, getting 946. So yeah, the Belgian Grand Prix at round 14 at Spa-Francorchamps had the fewest laps at 44. And the Monaco Grand Prix, which was round 8 at Circuit de Monaco, shock, had the most laps at 78. Despite the lap count, Monaco is the shortest race by distance at 260k, being the only Grand Prix not subject to the mandatory 305k minimum set by the FIA for Formula One races. We also include sprints for China, Miami, Austria, and United States, Sao Paulo, and Qatar, where each race is run to a 100k minimum. Total lap count 1,570 across that season, and many more to come, I'm sure. But well done, Manic, doing the best once again. And Hex, unfortunately, your guess was too far away, getting absolutely nothing for that. Hard luck there. Right, so we move on to question number 3 on something completely different once again. Infamous for being one of the most prolific and tenured actors in Hollywood, Julia Roberts' brother Eric has how many actor credits to his name? Answer between 200 and 2,000. I feel like we've had this before, potentially on this show. I feel like we have talked about Eric Roberts before. Can you remember, though? What makes it infamous? Did he kill someone? Unfortunately, the IMDb page fails to recognise that fact, Clive. Yeah, potentially, yes. I have a feeling we've talked about Eric Roberts before. I couldn't tell you if it was in relativity or not, but it feels like it could be a really relativity kind of question. But either way, it's still, if we have asked it, then can you remember it? So it's still kind of valid. Yeah, Quizbot will delete anything in public chat while a question is live, just to avoid giving out any answers that people are giving. Why does it feel like a whodunit? Silent Marine, no. I'm not putting up. I'm not putting up something if it's got potentially 2,000 answers in. 200 answers, sure. 2,000 answers? No, that's far too long a list. I am not playing Who Dares Wins for 24 hours. As we go through various answers on the list, all right? So let's hope it is lower, and then we can have it on a list for Who Dares Wins. Let's have a look. Okay, lowest guess we've got is Con Radlack with a guess of 335 and Sportsy with 395. Claire's gone for an even 500. We jump up to 700 with Chanamain and Brian, a 777 from Suyu, an 888 from Nata, a 999 from Alpha Channel. For an even 1,000 is Puzzledan and Sanchi. Ralph has gone for 1,200. Flyboy improves 1234 and 1254. Biggest guess we've got is Cart Quiz Won't Quiz, just going with the absolute maximum of 2,000 and hoping that hits some decent points. The first and only list on Who Dares Wins tonight is... Correct answer is... $858. So... barely enough. Nata, 30 away from the correct answer, is closest. This time round, 974 points for that. Then it was Clive getting 972. And then it was Hex getting 967. Yes, indeed, you were close this time, Hex, getting up to nearly 1,000. You got 967 points this time. But yeah, exact number is according to IMDb and includes upcoming works. Eric Roberts is 11 years older than Julia and has appeared largely in supporting roles in film, television, and as a voice actor Arctor since 1974. So yes, 858 at time of writing, though that number is certain to change next year. So it's all valid if the number keeps changing. Even if we have asked the question before, it's still valid to ask it again. But well done to Nata getting the closest. Unfortunately, can't quiz your guess at 2000. Your gambit of the 2000 there did not pay off, and you got absolutely nothing. Hard luck. Okay, 2 more questions in this round, and then we'll get another leaderboard update. I do think sometimes they didn't mean to put tension in. It was just so bad time to find the answers on the list. That's potentially true. Thankfully, with the way that I've got things on Who Dares Wins, is I have a search feature on my answering board. So if I'm trying to look for an answer, I can just type it in and it searches it for anywhere in the string. Does help matters quite nicely. Anyway, question number 4 is, well, the less said, the better, but hey, here we go. What percentage of its market value did Twitter lose in the first 2 years after being bought by the current CEO of Tesla from October 2022 to October of 2024? Answer between 0 and 100%. What percentage of its market value did Twitter lose? Yes, Twitter. Not any of the not any of the name. No, Twitter. Lose in the first 2 years after being bought by its current CEO of Tesla. Again, we're avoiding names for obvious reasons. So let's put that up there and have a look to see where you've all guessed. Lowest guess we've got is Colo with 18%, Conrad Lake with 20%, and DMC with 23%. Pozdan's gone with 40%, Woollyback, Kurstuka, Manic, 45 and 46% there. Brian, Mr. Vertigo, and Sanchi down the middle at 50%. Clive and Colin and Cart Quiz on 60%. We've got lots of 69% there. Danny Gambit, Drahus, Committed on the Internet, Shadowmane, and Sportsy going with that. Biggest guess we got is Prey, going for the full 100%. Well, we know it's probably not going to be a full 100% because Twitter still kind of exists. I use that term broadly, but it would be, yeah, it's a thing. Thankfully, Blue Sky exists. Let's put it that way. Jesus, all the things people are saying. Let's see. How much of the market value did Twitter lose since this guy came along? Probably even lower still now. But of the 2 years, it lost 79%. Suyu and Alpha Channel off by 2 percentage points. Hex off by 3 percentage points. Means Suyu and Alpha, you get 967 points for your guesses. Hex, you get 951 points for your guess. Claire and AGB, you get 934 points for your guesses there for being third best guess. And there you go. Yeah, Meemauser wasn't too far off the mark, must be said. Yeah, and the trivia says, I'm not about to say his name, but you know who I'm talking about. He bought Twitter for $44 billion US in 2022, and estimates from investment firm Fidelity placed the website's value at just $9.4 billion US at the end of the third quarter in 2024, which is a 78.6% decrease. We're rounding to the nearest integer. That's 79% then. That was the answer we're looking for. Well done to CU and Alpha, getting the best guess there. Colo, unfortunately, your guess was far too conservative. Or maybe not, depending on your definition of conservative, I suppose. Let's put that away. One final question in this round, and then we'll have a look at the leaderboard. Question number 5. Have a look at this. What is the average high temperature in degrees Celsius in January, the warmest month of the year at McMurdo Station, Antarctica? Answer between -40 and +20. We've got some possible negatives here, folks. What is the average high temp in degrees Celsius in January, the warmest month of the year at McMurdo Station in Antarctica? I mean, there's one reporter here we must have to go to, as he is stationed down there. Tipster! What's the temperature right now in Antarctica? That cold, apparently. No. We're talking about January, which is the warmest month of the year. This month is not January. And also not this year. This is the average high temperature, Hex. Average across all possible years up to this point, up to and including 2025 probably. The average temperature high of McMurdo Station, Antarctica in January, which is the highest, the warmest month of the year. But Tipster says it's heckin' cold, so we'll take that. We'll put that up there, and we'll see what we'll go for. It's heckin' cold if you must know. Guess is coming in as low as -40 from Brian and -38 from Pyro. I mean, the majority are negative on the board. Let's talk about some positives. Well, Topper and Midget on the internet, they don't want to care about positive or negative. They just want to go with 0, the concept of. Joe has gone for +2. Tipster with a +6. Clive Flyboy and Curse2 with a +7. AJB with a +9. And Hicks with a +10. Everybody else is in the negatives. But is it negative? I mean, it is often very cold in Antarctica. But is it possible that the highest temperature, or the average high temperature, during January at McMurdo Station in Antarctica, could it be positive? I mean, there's global warming and all that, folks. Correct answer? -1. So it is still negative. Topper and a midget on the internet going with the freezing point were the closest guess, off by a degree, and they get 974 points for their guesses. Then it was Joe next best, getting 923, and then it was DMC and Cetra next best, getting 897 points there. Yes, -1 at Bash 1 away. Yes, technically, it's -0.6 degrees Celsius, which we've rounded to the nearest integer, in this case is -1, also equivalent to 31 degrees Fahrenheit. McMurdo Station is on Ross Island, near the northern edge of Antarctica, so it's not like South Pole direct. It's, it's on the edge of Antarctica. And if you've seen it on those Mercator projections, Antarctica looks absolutely massive. That's only because of the Mercator projection shit. Yes, and almost exactly due south of New Zealand, much different from the South Pole itself. In August, the coldest month, at McMurdo, the average high temperature is around -9 Fahrenheit or -23 Celsius. That is the coldest month. So, we were offered even lower than the actual average low as well, of -23. But the average high, -1, still in the negatives. But that does mean, if that's the average high, there is going to be something that is technically higher than that in order to bring the average down, and conversely something lower to bring it up. Anyway, yes, that was there. -1 was the correct answer. Well done if you got close to that. And that is the end of round number 2. Let's have a look at the leaderboard as it currently stands. Ooh. Top of the board, we've got Nata IKH with 5,747 points. Second place, we've got Alpha Channel 5665. In third place, Strahuska still with a shout here, 5545. Hex also within a shout here, 5527 in fourth place. AJB is in fifth, 5178, and Mr. Vertigo is in sixth place, 5008. As a reminder, at the end of the next round, we will be looking for the top 6 players to qualify for special relativity. So you must be at the top there, and it is quite hotly contested, it must be said. Can you get up into the top 6 to get yourself through to the special bonus round at the end? Anything can happen, Ash, as we always say, or certainly a finite number of things, but that finite number is quite large. Possible number of things can happen, as we do say, indeed, positive. As we go on to round 3. And round number 3 is social relativity. So this is very much like round number 2. I give you a question, you give me a numerical response. However, yes, it does have an off by 1 topper, yes. Yes, Hackbox does have an off by 1 feature. I'm glad that came up. Anyway, yes, play this round much like you did with the previous round. However, once all the answers have been totted up, We will split you up into 3 equally sized groups, and only the group that contains the correct answer will actually score points. Anything from 500 for being in the correct zone up to a maximum of 1,500 if you get the answer on the nose. And yes, this round, it is possible for you to be just one away from the correct answer and score absolutely nothing if you happen to be in the wrong scoring zone. If you are just one away from the edge of the scoring zone, you can score absolutely nothing. So yeah, just bear that in mind, all right? But there's a maximum 1,500 on offer, though, so easily can catch up the lead in this final round. Well, I say final round. The next round is the final round. This is sort of the qualifying final round before we go to the final round proper, if that makes sense. Anyway, question number 1, before I continue to waffle into extinction. Compiled in 2010 as a literacy baseline by the Japanese Ministry of Education, how many characters are there in the most recent set of Joyo, or regularly used kanji? Answer between 100 and 10,000. I would posit that there will be a good number of very close guesses. Certainly, people that are inclined in learning Japanese will probably know roughly this number. You probably won't know exactly the number, but you'll certainly know roughly the number. Because when I saw this, I'll be like, yep, it's going to be that number. Because I'm one of those people that are just interested in the Japanese language. So this term, the joyo, gets thrown around a lot. Joyo sounds like a Welsh word, does it there, Mr. Vertigo? Yeah, that is correct on the vowel sounds, because there should be elongated O's to be joyo, I believe. It should be like that. Anyway, put that there, and let's see where you've all gone. Okay, so lowest guess we've got is Clive with 815, Hex with 1195, and Topper with 1493. We've got Ralph with 2000, Pyro with 2109, Mr. Vertigo with 2223, Joe with 2417, Shadow with 2442, lots of 2569s going on, Prey, Danny, and Kegler with a 2569, Midget on the Internet with 3333, Colin Radlack with a 4394, Colin with an even 5000, Colo with a 6020, AJB with 6116, Sue, Claire, Drahuska, and Brian with 6066, except for Brian, who actually has 6969. I didn't notice that until after. And Puzzan is our biggest guess with 7,500. So, let's have a look to see where the divisions lie. Of course, that division had to occur, didn't it? So, Blue Zone is from 100 up to and including exactly 2569. Does mean those that have given me the 2569 guess, Prey, Danny, and Kegler, you are on the edge between blue and green. It means if it is in either of those zones, you will score points. Green is from 2569 up to and including 5103. And then red is from 5103 up to the maximum of 10,000. Okay, are we all ready? Have the 2569 crew managed to get some points to the board? Or have they missed out ever so slightly? Correct answer is... Now you're good. 2136. Pyro, you are off by a total of 25 from the looks of things, or 21 even. I can't do math. 23 even. I really can't do math. But Pyro, you were the closest guess. You were less than 100. Let's put it that way. And you'll get 1,480 points for your guess. Mr. Vertigo, you were next best, getting 1434. And then Ralph, you were next best, getting 1397. All of those in the blue zone scoring, up to and including Clive with your lowest guess of 500, but it does get you some points on the board. Yeah, Joyo Kanji, as well as a few rare characters used in the constitution in Japan, are the only kanji allowed to be used in official government documents. 1,026 of them are kyoiku kanji, taught in primary school, and the rest are taught in secondary school. Joyo kanji and the various types of kana make up about 98% of Japanese writing, hence why that is the regularly used or commonly used character set of kanji. There are like a literal butt ton of actual kanji out there, but the ones that you actually really need to know about, yeah, there's only about 2,000 of them in the real world, which makes life slightly easier when it comes to learning, but it's still a hard task to learn all that kanji. I'm definitely nowhere near to learning all of them. But yeah, well done to Pyro. Best guess. And Clive, you were all in the blue zone there. Green and red getting absolutely nothing. Let's put that away. The next list is Japanese kanji. Da, 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 da. God, no. Because then we have to get into the whole debacle of the different readings of the kanji, the different meanings of the kanji, because one kanji does not equal one word. Oh, no. Oh, God, I'm definitely not getting into that whole thing. We're going to move on to question number 2 instead. Something completely different. How far, in kilometres, did Canadian amputee athlete Terry Fox run during his 142-day Marathon of Hope across Canada in 1980, which raised tens of millions of dollars for cancer research? Answer: between 142 and 14,200 kilometres. How far in kilometres did Canadian amputee athlete Terry Fox run during his 142-day Marathon of Hope across Canada in 1980? Oh, excuse me. Well, there is time. We should make Who Dares Win a cappella stream. Okay, I'll sort that out at some point. Let's see what guesses you have provided. All in the middle. Very cute. Lowest guess we've got is Kolo with 3,135. Tadara and Sanchi with 3,500. Claire with 3,652. Mr. Vertigo with 6,000. Conradac with a 6088. Clive with a 6858. Poznan with 75.99. Tips with a 75.99. Willyback with a 76.99. Biggest guess we've got is AJB going with 10,516 kilometers. It's very interesting, the squish in the middle, which means these ranges are going to be quite tight. Yeah, there it is, quite tight indeed. So Blue Zone is from 142 up to and including 6,044, so we're splitting Mr. Vertigo from Conradlac. Green Zone from 6,044 up to 7,701. At that point, we are splitting Woollyback from Marcini. Just a gap of 4 between the two of them there. And then Red Zone from 7,701 up to the maximum of 14,200. That is quite a tight green zone in the middle there, but it could still score. Yes, Terry Fox was an athlete who, after having a leg amputated due to bone cancer in 1977, pledged to run across Canada to raise money for cancer research, starting in Newfoundland and Labrador on April the 12th, 1980. He ran, not going to say the number yet, this distance, averaging almost a marathon a day until needing to stop in Thunder Bay, Ontario, about halfway through the journey when cancer returned in his lungs. Oh. Terry Fox runs are still an annual tradition in Canada that have raised nearly 1 billion Canadian dollars over the last 45 years. Terry Fox, though, they ran 5,373 kilometres. Blue Zone scores Prugs off by 40 kilometres. About a marathon. So Prugs, well done. 1,429 points for your guess. Then it was Ralph, 1,354. Then DMC, 1,293. All the way down to and including Colo. You were in the Blue Zone scoring 500 points there. But everybody else, green and red, getting absolutely nothing on that. Yes, Terry Fox managed to run 5,373 kilometres during his 142-day Marathon of Hope across Canada. That is an immense amount of distance to run. Hurrah! I did some vague mental arithmetic based on the full marathon per day and fudged it, and that was about it. Yeah, absolutely. Right, that brings us to the end of that question. Let's put that away. A bit of luck there because I couldn't convert master kilometres. Well, it still works out in the end for you, Prooks. 3 more questions left in this round, and then we'll find out who is advancing to special relativity. Question number 3 And I've just seen a Ben appear in chat. I hope you're doing well there, Ben. This might be up your alley, though, Ben, so I might ask for a number from you if you can do. How many spoken words are there in the original version of Hamlet, the longest of William Shakespeare's plays? Answer: between 5,000 spoken words and 50,000 spoken words. The number of spoken words in the original version of Hamlet. I presume in total, Ben, yes. The spoken words. Not necessarily written words, spoken words. Oh, did you? Interesting. Haven't we had this question recently as well? Well, I mean, the Bard and various other works of that nature are pretty good for relativity, for making, guessing how many words in a novel or novella, that kind of thing. Don't know if we've had this one necessarily, but if we have, then again, it's just serving as, can you remember the answer or not, or roughly in there. Ben says Leeds is around 10,000, so based on that, you say 29,000 would be your guess. Okay, we'll put a pin on that, see where everybody else has guessed. The lowest guess we've got is Curse Tuku with 12,091, Hex with 15,068, Progues with 18,446. Then we jump up to meme number territory. We've got some 25069s from Puzzle Dan, Colin, and a midget on the internet. We've got a 24569 from Kegler. We've got a 25420 from Flyboy. We've got a 25690 from Prey, even 30k from Mr. Vertigo, 32569 by Danny, 34600 from Sportsy. 39,999 from Manic, thinking that someone might have guessed 40,000 and just underbidding by $1 or word in this case, and then Brian going with the 45678. So let's split you up into your three groups. Okay, so blue goes from 5,000 up to and including 25,245. Starts to split some of the meme numbers up there. Green from that up to 34,951. And then red from that up to the maximum of 50,000. Ben offered a guess of 28k. Would squarely put them into the green zone. Was Ben's guess sort of right? Sorry, 29k. I can't remember numbers, but yeah, you're pretty good actually. 30k, 30,557 in total. Pyro was our best guess with 31,005. You get 1,413 points for that. Miss Vertigo, you get 1,392 for second best guess, and Natter, you get 1,373 for third best guess. And Flyboy, you were still in the scoring zone, getting yourself 500 points for that, but blue and red get absolutely nothing. But yeah, Ben, your guess of 29k was pretty damn good. Pretty damn good there. Hamlet was originally written in 4,024 lines, and Shakespeare is usually performed at around 1,000 lines an hour, making for a 4-hour performance plus intervals. His shortest play, The Comedy of Errors, is less than half as long, featuring 14,701 words across 1,786 lines. Thank you for all that information there, SB, and well done to all the green zoners getting some points, including Ben as well, honorary green zone attendee there. Okay, got 2 more questions left. He once went on as Hamlet. The audience didn't like me, threw eggs at me. Went on as Hamlet, came off as omelette. Oh my god. God, no. / Giles Brandreth. Jesus. I've never seen that used as a bloody closing tag before. Giles Brandreth is not a closing tag. Anyway, we're going to move on. 2 more questions left in the round. Definitely something different in this one. Have a look at this. In what year did Major League Baseball celebrate the scoring of the 1 millionth run in professional baseball history? Answer between the year of 1876 and the year of 2024. In what year did MLB celebrate the scoring of the 1 millionth run in professional baseball history? Somewhere between 1876 and 2024. And that there is time. Ooh. Interesting trivia afoot on this one. Let's have a look to see where you've gone with this. Okay, lowest guess we've got is... They're all quite highly skewed, must be said. NASA is our lowest guess with 1932. Mission on the Internet 1945. Brian 1950. Shadowing 1960. We've got Pyro and Flyboy with 1969. We've got AJB with 1979. Topper with 1980. Couple of 1990s. We've got Poznan with 2000 with Sanchi. Biggest guess we've got is Suyu with 2020. Let's split you up into 3 groups. They're not particularly large, must be said. Blue Zone goes up to and including 1971. Splits between Clive on 1970 and Cetra on 1972. Green is from 1971 up to 1997. Not exactly, though. It is splitting between Drahuska on 1996 and Joe Mendy, Hex, and Kegler et al. On 1997. So technically, that should say 1996 and a half. Which doesn't work as a number, I appreciate, but that is where the division point has lied in order to make the population counts work. And then red is from 1996 and a half to 2024. So, those are where the divisions lie. There are no edge cases. Yeah, sort of the end of June 1996. Times are weird. Let's see. The correct answer is... The green zone scores 1975, and we have some exacts. Claire and Kirstuken with an exact guess of 1975 gets 1,500 points apiece. Congratulations there, Claire and Kirstuken. And Ben, apparently your alert is also not playing out. Apparently it broke from when only used it earlier on. But thank you very much for the 71 months there, and I'll read it out anyway because you tagged me on it. And that's the way the baseball crumbles. It almost sounded like the way the Texas speech was there. And that's the way the baseball crumbles. But thank you very much for the 71 months there, and you can have a buzz for it as well. What I will do is actually quickly restart the app, so see if the alerts will work again once I do that. I'll give it a... It sounded more like TTS than TTS. Oh, God. That's... Yeah, go away. Thank you. There it is. Let me just send the test follow again, make sure that works. Yeah, that works again. Ramsey apparently is our new follower, new old follower. So yeah, it's working again. Cool. But thank you very much, Ben, for the 71 months. That is an immense amount of time. Do appreciate that. It doesn't kick the llama's ass. No, this is just my own overlay manager thing, which runs that. It's not Winamp. Definitely doesn't kick the llama's ass, I'm afraid. 1975 was the correct answer. Green zone scores, blue and red getting absolute nothing for that. And we put that away. Oh, sorry, I was going to read the information on this one because it is actually quite interesting. The 1 millionth run in MLB history was originally credited to Bob Watson on the 4th of May 1975. He received $10,000 in cash, as in 1 million pennies. God, imagine that. And, oh, how long?
Relativity.
Yeah, just testing to make sure that still works. Thank you for the 100 minutes there, G.I.S. It's still a thing. Yeah, he received 1 million pennies and 1 million Tootsie Roll candies for the achievement. However... I love this pedantry. This milestone only acknowledges American and National League histories. From 2024, defunct leagues, such as the Federal and Negro Leagues, have had their stats added to the MLB retroactively, and incomplete data means that the exact date of the 1 millionth run is no longer known. Well, there you go. It's a fact we don't know the answer to at this point in time. And then SB adding some extra stuff here. The 2 millionth run was considered to be in 2021 before the statistics changes. The addition of expansion teams accelerated the rate of run scoring. So there you go. Extra information for you there. And yeah, because of retroactively adding in defunct leagues to the stats, nobody knows the answer anymore. But we do know, at least back then, it was 1975. And Bob Watson. Congrats. Okay, we've got one final question left in this round, in the main part of the game. Last chance to get some points to get you into the top 6, hopefully. Let's see. The question is this. How many locations did Starbucks Coffee have worldwide at the end of 2023 when they passed Subway to become the second largest restaurant chain in the world? Answer: between 10,000 and 100,000 locations worldwide. Yes, do go and return to your cocoon and recovery there, Ben. We will look forward to seeing you when you have made a absolute full recovery. Don't go half-hearting it now. We will see you when you are all good and able. Take care. We will be back for game night once you're ready for game night. Right. Pencils down on this one. Let's have a look to see where you've gone. How many locations did Starbucks Coffee have worldwide at the end of 2023? Lowest guess we've got is Danny with 14,200, Claire with 21,000, and Colo with 23,790. We do have a 2569 in the shapes of Ralph with a 0 on the end. We've got a 36,000 from Sanchi. We've got a 41,614 from AJB. We've got all the 4s from Suyu. We've got an even 50k from Drahuska and Puzzledown. We've got all the 6s from Manic. A 69,000 from Midget on the Internet. We've got 369 420s, ha ha ha, from DMC Prey and Tadaru. Biggest guess we've got is Topper with an 89,780. Let's split you up into your 3 equal groups. And no edges to consider here. Blue is from that from the 10,000 up to 41,775, splitting the divide between AJB and Shanamain. Green from that up to 56,565, splitting the divide between Mr. Vertigo and Kegler. Red is from that up to the maximum 100,000 on offer. Well, I can tell you. No, I'm not going to say, actually. I was going to read it out, but I think that would spoil too much information, so I'm not going to say it. I was going to say some other stuff. But instead, we're going to get a sub from Prey. Hopefully. There it is. Yes, Prey?
I have been using my sound mind, superior intellect, and diplomatic relations to answer these questions, Viggy, and it's gotten me nowhere.
It almost got the intonation right there with the capitalized nowhere, but it still doesn't get the ellipsis right. I don't know why it does that with ellipses. It's really weird. But thank you, Prey, for the 21-month resub. Appreciate that. And diplomatic relations. Unfortunately, this doesn't quite work out here in space. Democracy and all that. Time to reveal the correct answer here. How many locations did Starbucks have at the end of 2023? Commander? 38,587. Joe! Off by 22. I think you were off by 22 locations, which is kind of crazy. Joe, almost maximum points, 1,499 points for that, off by just one singular point. Sanchi getting 1,394 points, AJB getting 1,376 points, all of the blue zone scoring down to and including Danny Gambit with your lowest guess there of 500, getting 500 points, should I say. Green and red getting absolutely nothing. Yes, Subway had more locations worldwide than any other restaurant for many years before being overtaken by McDonald's in 2020. At the end of 2023, though, McDonald's had 41,822 locations, Starbucks had 38,587 locations, and Subway had 36,516 locations. So there you go. Oh, pretty close, actually. 41,000, 38,000, 36,000. They're all in a similar sort of ballpark for the top 3 there. But, 38k, that was the number we were looking for there. Well done to Joe. Just 1 point off the maximum there. An immense guess. Has that done enough for you to get into the top 6 for tonight's Special Relativity? Well, it's time to find out. At the back of the pack, we've got Inca and Kegler, Cartquiz and Colin, Puzzle Dan and Wooly back, and Midget on the Internet and Brian, Tadaro and DMC, Conrad Lack and Suyu, Manic Volcanic and Clive, Sportsy and Tipster, Shadowmane and Sanchi, Kurlo and the Cursed Toucan, Drohuska slipping down to 17th, Hex slipping down to 16th, Claire and Flyboy, Danny Gambit and Prey, Cetra and Topper is our 10th player, Marcini and 9th, Pyro and 8th, missing out barely as proves our top 6. Joe did get in, Natta, Ralph, Mr. Vertigo, AJB, and top of the shop, Alpha Channel. Well, these are some new names heading into Special Relativity tonight that we have not seen before. Congratulations go to Alpha Channel, AJB, Mr. Vertigo, Ralph, Natta, and Joe Mendy. You are through to Special Relativity tonight. Prugs just missing out by around 500 points there. Difference between 74, 73, and 69, 47 on the board. But all of these points have been converted to doots at an exchange rate of 1 point equals 1 doot. So enjoy all of the doots that have been paid out for that. But that does mean we've got 6 players left to play the final round of this game. And that final round, as I have teased, is Special Relativity. So here we go, folks, for our final 6 players. It's time to go special. We will give you some questions. You'll need to give me a numerical response. However, we will not give you a range this time. Whoever is furthest away on each question gets eliminated. And once you are eliminated, you'll get a payout of prize from 10,000 additional doots all the way up to and including 100,000 additional doots if you are our Special Relativity winner tonight. So to our 6 players, good luck. Get your answers in a timely manner. If you do not get your answer in time, you will be given the devastating long dot max value, which is a significantly large number, and that will mean you will unfortunately lose out. Just the 6 players, Conrad, like just the top 6 players will be playing this round here. Everybody else, you're just watching along and sort of playing for fun from Twitch chat. But don't go spoiling any answers until the question has gone dead. Okay. Good luck. Here comes your first question tonight. As of October of 2024, how many different individuals have visited the International Space Station? Answer now. We've already got a guess from Natta and Mr. Vertigo and Alpha Channel and AJB. 2 more guesses to come in. We've got Ralph. I think we're just waiting for Joe. Get an answer in, Joe. There we go. You have given me an answer. There is no additional audience play along on this one, Hex. You are just watching along for fun. Okay. Let's have a look to see where you've all gone. We will now reveal you in the order that you submitted your answers. First of all, we've got a guess from Natta, 136. Next, Mr. Vertigo offers an answer of 250, though they say they have undershot this potentially. Undershot. I think that was a word on Bray Teaser earlier on. Next, Alpha Channel with a guess of 168. You are down the middle of those 2, which does mean you're never going to be the first away. It means you are safe through to the next question. The 4th answer that came in was AJB, 114. That is further away than Natta's guess. It means you could be eliminated here. Natta, you are now safe from elimination. Guess number 5 was Ralph, 240, very close to Mr. Vertigo's guess. You're in the middle, you are safe through. And the final guess was Joe with a guess of 34. It is lower than AJB's, means AJB, you're now safe through. Joe takes the lower level. Means we are between Joe's 34 and Mr. Vertigo's 250. Interestingly, Mr. Vertigo said he undershot this, though he is the maximum value on the slide. Or maybe he has just completely overshot it based on all of the other answers that have come through. Either way, the division point is 142. If the answer is below that, Joe, you are safe through to the next question. If the answer is above that, Mr. Vertigo, you are safe through to the next question. Only one will survive here. The correct answer is You were right, Mr. Vertigo. You did undershoot, but not by far. You were the closest of all, off by 30. The correct answer was 280 individuals. 23 countries have sent at least one astronaut to the ISS. The top 5 are 167 from USA, 61 from Russia, 11 from Japan, 9 from Canada, and 6 from Italy. Great Britain's only visitor was Tim Peake in 2015 to 2016. The ISS was initially expected to begin deorbit at the end of 2024, but this plan has been postponed, and deorbit will likely now commence around 2030 instead. So, Mr. Vertigo, you did say you undershot, and you were right, you did so, but you were the maximum value, which meant you were kind of guaranteed through, and you are safe through to the next question. Joe, unfortunately, your guess of 34, it was too far away. It means you are now out of the game. Thank you very much for playing, but you claim 6th place in tonight's game, which means you get a bonus 10,000 doots for that accolade. So congratulations on that. And we continue on. 5 players left in now, with 4 questions remaining in the entire pack. We've gone into space. Now we need to come back to Earth and consider the following. The United Nations estimates that world population first reached 1 billion in what year AD? So now, we've got a guess from Nata, and from Mr. Vertigo, and from Ralph, and AJB. Just waiting for one. Alpha Channel, I think it is. There we go. What are we up to these days? Like 8 billion? Yeah, I think we're somewhere around 8 billion at this point. But when did we first reach 1 billion is the question in that we're actually asking. That's the statement I'm trying to go for there. Let's see what you have provided. First up, Nata, the year of 1880. Next, Mr. Vertigo, the year of 1900. Within 20 years of each other, pretty close guesses here. Next, we've got Ralph with a more specific 1876. 4 below what Nata provided means Nata and you are now safe. Next up, AGB going about 100 years below Ralph there, 1766 or 1766. Means Ralph, you're now safe through. And then Alpha Channel, the guess of 1934, 34 years above what Mr. Vertigo provided, means Mr. Vertigo, you are safe for elimination. Means it is between AJB and Alpha Channel for elimination here. And a division point of 1850. If it is below 1850, AJB, you are safe through to the next question. If it is above 1850, Alpha Channel, you are safe through to the next question. The correct answer is... $1804. So it was squarely safe there with AJB. Most guesses were below the 1850 mark. There was just Mr. Vertigo, and unfortunately, their Alpha Channel going into the 1900s, going too far away. Mr. Vertigo, you were saved by Alpha Channel's guess there. But Alpha Channel, that is the end of your run. You had a good run. You finished in 5th place, which I believe is a 20,000 dupe bonus for that. So do enjoy your 20,000 dupe bonus there for claiming 5th place. And a great first run into Relativity. Getting into the final 6 is immense work, Alpha Channel. Yeah, continue playing like that. You could be a winner very, very soon indeed. But AJB, you are still in this game. We move on to the next question. We have 4 players still in the game. We've got Ralph, we've got Nata, we've got AJB, and we've got Mr. Vertigo still in the game. Question number 3. Take a look at this. What was the total prize pool in US dollars at the 2024 World Series of Poker main event? The richest poker tournament in history. Answer now. We've already got a guess from Nata and from Ralph. And from AJB, just waiting on one, and that's Mr. Vertigo. All our guesses are in. This is one of those where you kind of have to watch your digit counts. Because there's lots of zeros, potentially. But how many zeros? Let's have a look to see where you've gone. First of all, we've got Nata with 750,000 US dollars. Next up, we've got Ralph with a definitely different number, 12,800,000. We're looking at like 2 magnitudes different there. Guess number 3 was AJB with 24 million, which is about double what Ralph said. Means, Ralph, you're safe through. And finally, we've got Mr. Vertigo with a guess of 17 million, somewhat in between Ralph and AJB. Means that Mr. Vertigo, you are safe through to the next question. Means we are splitting between Nata's 750,000 and AJB's 24 million. With a division point set at 12,375,000. If the answer is below 12.375 million, Nata, you're safe through to the next question. If it is above 12.375 million, AJB, you are safe through to the next question. Nata says, I think I fluffed it, and AJB has absolutely no idea. Well, the correct answer is... yeah. 94,041,600. Just considering the top prize alone, that's $10 million. Just the top prize alone. And then there are loads of other prizes that are paid out on top of that. In total, 94 million was offered at the 2024 WSOP main event. So AJB, you may have been off by nearly another magnitude away from the number, but you were close enough to get you through to the next question. Nata, unfortunately, your guess of 750,000 was too far away in the other way. Means you are leaving us in position 4, but you claim 35,000 doots for a 4th place finish in tonight's game. So congratulations on that. AJB, you survive for another day. All the other information on there. Sorry. SB there. Stop spoiling my tidbits. Commonly considered the World Championship of Poker, the World Series of Poker main event is a no-limit Texas Hold'em Poker. Texas Hold'em Poker tournament with a $10,000 buy-in. The 2024 tournament, the 55th edition that is, included a total of 10,112 entrants. Jonathan Tamayo from USA won the tournament and a $10 million top prize purse. So there you go. At the Texas Hold'em Poker. The toxic Hold'em Poker tournament. Yeah, there you go. That sounds more like it. So we have 3 players left in. Ralph, Mr. Vertigo, and AJB. You are still in this game, and there are 2 questions left to play out.
Cheer 100 Toxas Hold'em Poker.
There you go, Toxas Hold'em Poker. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Colin. If ever I invent a new version of poker, aka Balatro, I'll call it Toxas Hold'em Poker instead. Okay, good luck. 3 players left in. Question number 4. Oh no, wait, Poznan's also getting in on here. Or maybe not. Text-to-speech? Text-to-speech? Apparently not. Toxic Hold-Up Poker. Is that sponsored by Britney Spears? Oh, God. No. Thank you for 100 bits, though. Right. 3 players left in. Here comes your next question. How many matches did record holder Hakuo win in the top flight Makuuchi division of Japanese Grand Sumo during his career, spanning 2004 to 2021? Answer now. Ralph's got a guess. AJB's got a guess. Mr. Vertigo? We've got a guess from Mr. Vertigo as well. A lot, I'm going to say, says Puzzle Down. No idea, says Mr. Vertigo. Well, the sumo top divisions are very hotly contested. It is incredibly difficult to get into the top flight, like Yokozuna level. Like haven't they only just committed one new sumo wrestler to Yokozuna level? I think they have just done that. Yeah, but that's like that hasn't happened for years at this point, and there's like what, 2 of them? I think there's like 2 of them at Yokozuna level now or something silly. Anyway, we're not talking about Yokozuna level, we're talking Makuuchi level at this point. And we're talking about Hakuho specifically, from 2004 to 2021. Oh, singular. Hoshoryu is the only Yokozuna right now because Terunofuji retired. Ah, right. That makes sense again. Yeah, okay. Right. Anyway, let's go through some answers from our 3 players. Ralph has gone with 400. AJB's gone with 277. You set the upper and lower, though the other way around. And Mr. Vertigo has gone with an even 200. Means AJB, you are guaranteed safe through to the final question. And we've got 2 even numbers, all kind of guessing around the right ballpark here, all the same ballpark. Means our division point is 300. Yeah, all three guesses are on this slide, essentially. If it is below 300, though, Mr. Vertigo, you're safe through to the final question. If it's above 300, Ralph, you are safe through to the final question of relativity tonight. The correct answer is... Look at that, it's not even moving. It is climbing, though, to 1,093. Mr. Vertigo, your guess of 200 was too far away. Means you are out of this game in 3rd place, but you get a 50,000 dupe prize for claiming 3rd place. Ralph, your guess of 400 was good enough to keep you through to the final question tonight. Yeah, top flight sumo wrestler will fight around 90 bouts a year if they're not injured. 15 in each of the 6 Basho tournaments. Hakuo competed in 103 tournaments over 17 years, winning an unprecedented 86 out of 90 matches in a calendar year on 2 occasions. Second place for top flight wins is Kaio, who had 879 Makuuchi division wins between 1993 and 2011, respectively. But yes, 1,093 wins during that particular expanse of time. Means we say goodbye to Mr. Vertigo, and Ralph, you are through to the final question versus AJB here for all of the marbles. And, well, I mean, the marbles... The word marble is very apt indeed for this final question. Though, probably scale it down a bit further than that. This one is a very, very thinky question. You could probably get lost in a lot of thought process for this final question, but there is a strict time limit. So be careful. The final question in Relativity tonight is this. If the universe was scaled down so that the Earth was the size of a grain of medium sand, that is 0.5 of a millimeter, how many meters away would Proxima Centauri, the second closest star to Earth, be found? Good luck. Proxima. Why did I say it like that? Proxima Centauri. AJB's got a guess and Ralph has got a guess. And they are locked in. This is like super relativity question, this is. It's taking simple factoids, knowing that distance is not necessarily simple, but taking simple factoids and then convoluting them in a completely different manner. Proxima Centauri, which is that for? Close enough. It's proximate. approximately 100. Yeah, there you go. That works. I think you may have bungled my numbers here. My thoughts, my everything. Jesus Christ, Ralph, that's good. That's actually good. Right. Let's see the answers that came through. AJB has gone with 303 meters. Ralph has gone with 40,000 meters. Very, very different indeed. And you set the upper and lower level, which means our division point is 20,152 meters. SB played me like a damn fiddle. So, here it is. If it is below 20,000 and some change, AJB, you are the winner. If it is above at 20,000 and some change, Ralph, you are the winner. Oh boy. I'm giggling like the Joker. I was about to say, which Joker from Balatro, but no, you meant the Joker. That's where we are in this world, folks. The correct answer is... It's going over to Ralph. No, it's going back. It's edging closer to AJB. It's going back the other way. And back again. Oh, there it goes. Just a casual 1,576,043 meters away. It would be if you were scaled down. So, yeah, at the equator, Earth's diameter is 12,756 kilometers, giving us a scale factor of 2.5512 times 10 to the 10. Proxima Centauri is estimated by NASA as 4.25 light years. That's 4.0208 times 10 to the 13 kilometers away. If you divide by the scale factor, then Proxima Centauri is 1,576,042.65 meters away from a sand grain-sized Earth. Text-to-speech, do you need medical attention? That did not sound particularly healthy. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Marcini. It's about 979 miles if you converted that into imperial units in this converted edition. And in this simulation, our own sun would be roughly the size of a cue ball, situated a little more than 6 meters away. So sort of like nearly a snooker table's lengths away would be where the cue ball would be if the Earth were the size of a grain on said table. So that's where the cue ball's going. After all, in the pocket.
Cheer 100. Is TTS okay?
I think it is okay there, Sunny Cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. So at the end of that, unfortunately, AJB, too far away with your guess. Very reasonable guess. But you claim second place, and that's 75,000. Ralph, though, your guess was not particularly that close to the correct answer, it was close enough for the win, and you are tonight's victor on Relativity. And you claim 100,000 doots on your victory in Relativity tonight.
Shamrock 100 set a course for ludicrous speed.
Set a course for ludicrous speed. Said very nonchalantly. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Kegel. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well this evening. And well done, Ralph, on the 100,000 doot win. And thank you. Big thanks to Solar Espion for a lovely pack of Relativity there with some really, really great questions in there, and then that proper thinker at the end. My God, that was a hell of a thinker at the end. I don't know if I would have guessed anywhere in the millions mark at that point, but there you go. I know space is big. It's like bigly big, but when we're talking about Earth being a grain of sand, then it doesn't feel as big, but apparently it is bigly big. So yeah, there you go. Always think bigger. is the thought process, I guess, in relativity. Vast, yes, absolutely vast. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We are about half an hour over schedule right now, but I was waffling a bit at the beginning of relativity and throughout as well. But when we come back, we will have Poker Face to play. This would be a pack written by Alex, only 91 underscore 573, with a lovely pack of questions with a 250,000 dukes on offer if you can. Hold on to your poker face. That doesn't make sense. Hold on to your seat is the name of that show. Hold on to your poker face. That's a very different thing. If you can hold a poker face and keep a steely grin, something like that. I don't know what I'm talking about. But come back in a couple of minutes' time and you can play some quiz, I suppose. Anyway. And apparently that one's not working, Kegler. I don't know why that one. Oh no, maybe it is.
Shamrock 100, sorry. I messed up the quote. Prepare the ship for ludicrous speed.
Prepare the ship for ludicrous speed. It doesn't matter either way. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Kegler. Anyway, I'll see you in a couple of minutes for Poker Face. Don't go away. Don't go away. In just a few minutes' time, we will be playing Poker Face. See you in a mo. I'm sorry, is there a better quality version of this track? Because that is super low res. What's going on with that? YouTube, do better. Welcome to Poker Face. If you'd like to play, entering the room code on Hackbox PKBT. That's all you need to do. Welcome Clive, welcome Vertigo, welcome Fetz, welcome Ralph, welcome on Hex, and Marcini. Additionally Mark, and also Pyro. Welcome also into the game Proogs and Digit on the web. Cola, you're also welcome. And Shapes. And Shadowmain, hello there. And Christopher. And Sanchi as well. Welcome on in. Puzzle Dan, entering into the game. And Sportsy. Additionally, we've got Prey. And we've got the Pengu face. And Conrad Lack. And the Riff with many, many Fs. And the Colin. Additionally, we've got Draco Rex. And a Brian also joining. And we extend further to Maxio and AJB joining the game. And Stilgar as well. Additionally, Drahuska. And the game. Jesus Christ. And Flyboy also. And Woollyback. Next up, we've got Joseph. And then we've got Relative Mole. Further on, Marbaloo. And DMC. And Kegler. Next up, Alpha Channel. And that is where all the intros end at this point. We may have further introductions as people also filter in, but that's where we are right now. Yeah, I'm definitely having to lock into the bit if we've got a specific thing where I'm displaying each entry in an ominous way, you know, like that. I've got to do that kind of thing. But we've got a nice table of avatars right here. 9x4, so we've got 36 players currently in this game, but we do have space for many, many more if you would like to play. To do so, hackbox.ca. The room code is PKBT. Ominous, yes. Ominous music is ominous, yes. Chrono, welcome to the game as well. And additionally, Unique Ben. Just to make sure, if Ben is around, that we have a Unique Ben instead. But yes, we have a Unique Ben currently playing. If you have not played Poker Face before, the game sounds simple. Answer questions, get questions right, you get points. If you do the best, then, well, if you do really, really well, then you don't need to worry about the rest. But the critical part of this game is, at the end of each round, we go to a face-off, where we have to eliminate a certain number of players from the game. Though, you don't necessarily have to be at the bottom of the pack to leave the game at that point. You could decide to just fold if you've got a total in your bank that you're willing to, walk away with and just say, I've had a good day, I've had a nice day, I've had a lovely day. I will just fold at this point and walk away with what I currently have. At which point, it's not necessarily about who's the best at quiz. It's more about who's the best at holding a poker face. Hello there, Pie and Mash. You've got a lovely poker face there with that dog avatar. So yeah, it's all about having the strongest virtual poker face. It is a bit weird. Obviously, we're not, face to face, mano a mano kind of thing here, but the game still works quite nicely as a mass multiplayer affair, because on the TV show, it was just 6 players playing in each particular game, and only 1 player eliminated in each round. In this edition of the game, well, we saw last time we had 11 players eliminated in an individual round, which is a lot. That's a lot of players getting eliminated, and you have to consider whether or not you are in the bottom 11 of the live player pack or not. Because if you were, then you might want to consider folding just to save some face, because if you are in the bottom, or should I say, if you were to be eliminated and you decide not to fold, then you will walk away with absolutely nothing. That is the main premise of this game. If you do get eliminated rather than folding, then you will walk away with absolutely nothing. But to entice you to continue the game on, our winner tonight, and only one winner tonight, will walk away with 250,000 doots. Yes, 250,000 doots. You heard right. That is a lot of doots on offer. It kind of has to be in order to entice you to continue your game maybe one further than you should do. And based on past judgments, past games we've had, hello there, Fold Count, welcome to the game. But based on past games that we've played, the final scores we've seen have topped out at around 120,000 doots in your personal bank. Now, this is the first pack that hasn't been authored by David J. This one has been authored by Alex, aka Oni. So this will have a slightly different difficulty
Tier
lean
100,
to it.
we got a 4 asterisk 10.
We've got a 4 by 10. Indeed, we do. 40 players currently in the lobby right now. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Brian. So yes, we have a slightly different difficulty lean tonight with a different author. So that 120k might not
40
necessarily
contenders, one
be
of them will win
the limit to look at.
250,000 dutes. But in this game of bluff and double bluff, who can hold their nerve to claim the ultimate prize? This is Poker Face.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the 100 bits. And if we do get to Poker Face becoming a tournament format, then I will definitely try and roll out doing that introduction sequence with all of the flashing faces, because they had 36 in that opening crawl on the TV show, certainly in the UK. So that works quite nicely for our number of players that we have here right now. But yes, different author means we don't necessarily know where the top echelon will lie. It may be lower, it may be greater. You just have to think about what your relative performance has been like versus what you think everybody else's has been. If you think you've done well enough or not. That is the main crux of this game. BC says, I hope everyone looks forward to an evil math question in mind at some far-off future point. Yes, you do have a pack in waiting in the backup side of things. I can't remember if I actually scheduled that or not. If I haven't, I will schedule it at some point, but I'm definitely aware of it sitting in the backup queue right now. And also, speaking of other games that are due to play out, obviously we didn't play Duke Drop on Friday.
Shamrock 100 prepare. See? I can spell prepare at.
Yes, you can spell prepare. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Kegler. Congratulations on spelling. But yes, the Duke Drop game that we did not play last Friday will be rescheduled onto, let me get the date right. It will be rescheduled for the 21st of March instead. It will go in place of the outright game that was to be broadcast on that day. So Friday the 21st of March instead will now be Quiz Cubed warm-up, Duke's Drop, and then Secret Fortune. And then the stream after that will be our chill stream that we have once a month. So yeah, that's what you'll look forward to. Not this Friday, but next Friday we'll have the Duke's Drop that should have been played out on the previous Friday stream. Are we doing a rollover wheel spin? I said I would, so I probably should do. So yeah, we may do
100.
2 wheel spins tonight.
Oh yes, I was supposed to make an attempt to butcher the rules of the game. Answer questions, get as close as you can to 21 without going over. See, I got it. It's a casino setting.
Yeah, except that's blackjack, not poker. It's a card game, but it's not the right card game, I'm afraid. And apparently I'm reading in Aussie rules. Yeah, this is the contest, by the way, rather than the poker face. Thank you for the 100 bits, though, Sportsy. Appreciate that. Anyway, last chance to get into the game before we close the lobby up and enter the game proper. If you do want to play the game, enter in on Hackbox. PKBT is the room code. You will need to log in on Twitch first on that website in order for you to be authenticated, but you can use whatever name you wish. I'll give you 30 more seconds to make your mind up on that, and then we'll start this game out proper. If you join in late, it probably will put you into the general answering booth so that you can offer answers to questions for some token dutes. And that also applies to everyone else playing along right now. If you do end your game, either being eliminated or you fold, you should be able to answer the future questions, and you'll get yourself, I think, 100 dutes for a correct answer. It's obviously not a lot, but that's the whole point, is I want to devalue that part of the game in order to increase the value of the actual main game, where you could be earning 250,000 dutes if you're the winner tonight.
Cheer 100, you gotta know when to hold M. Know when to fold M.
Exactly. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Apparently, Texas Beach doesn't know how to do Thank you for the 100 bits there, Sodicap. Right. I think it's time to lock the lobby and then give you your final summary of the rules. Here we go. So, quick recap of the game. There will be a total of 6 rounds of questions. In each one, you must correctly answer multiple choice questions to win doots for your bank. You all start with 2,000 doots in your bank for free. Yes, I'm giving you doots for free. And then you get yourself bonus doots for each correct answer, and the value of the questions will increase as we go through this game. So the questions get more valuable the further into the game you get. Each player, you'll be able to see your own progress throughout the game on your Hackbox device, but you will not be able to see how anybody else has performed. We will see that at the summary, at the prove-out at the end of the game. At the end of each round of questions, a face-off will occur where a number of players will be eliminated from the game. The players that get eliminated might not be the worst performing players on the leaderboard, though. Players that decide to fold at a face-off will leave the game with what they have in the bank. Players that decide not to fold might be at risk of elimination with no prize if not enough players decide to fold to fill the number of eliminations that are required. We will show you that on the Hackbox device and also on screen here on stream. At the end of the 6 rounds, only one player will be left standing. They will win Poker Face. We've got 40 players in this game. Good luck. Let's play Poker Face. And there you all are. 40 lovely poker faces. And at the end of round number 1, we will have to say goodbye to 8 of you. So don't be in that bottom 8. Or if you are, then you probably want to fold. But we've got to answer some questions first. This round is a unique round. There are 8 questions to answer. All the others will have 5 questions to answer. If you're ready, good luck. And let's play. Question 1. In the Second World War, what were Foo Fighters? Were they A, unidentified flying objects, B, anti-aircraft missiles, or C, enemy planes? Time goes very quickly here. The correct answer was A, unidentified flying objects. Question 2. Which of these is a real French TV channel? Is it A, M1, B, TF1, or C, France 1? The correct answer there was B, TF1. Question 3. Ramayana and Mahabharata are epics associated with which religion? Is it A, Hinduism, B, Buddhism, or C, Sikhism? Correct answer on that one was A, Hinduism. Question 4. Which of these countries has the highest population as of 2023, I think it was? Is it A, Guinea-Bissau, B, Papua New Guinea, or C, Equatorial Guinea? Which Guinea? Correct answer there is B, Papua New Guinea. Question number 5. Which of these cannot be seen in the painting Whistler's Mother? Is it A, a curtain, B, another painting, or C, a clock, which is not seen? Correct answer on that one is C, a clock. The others you will see. Question number 6. In which sport has the BBC Sports Personality of the Year award been won the most times? Is it A, Formula 1, B, football, or C, athletics? Yeah, it's listed up here, but it might be a swerve. The correct answer is C, athletics. Question 7. Giving Earl Grey tea its distinctive flavour, what is bergamot? Is it a spice? Is it a herb? Or is it a fruit? Hoping Tipster gets this right. We won't know, but the correct answer was C, a fruit. It's like an orange. And finally, question number 8. In The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, who is the youngest Pevensie child? Is it A, Susan, B, Lucy, or C, Edmund? And closing out the round, the correct answer there was B, Lucy Pevensie. And that is the end of the round of questions. So, 40 players, how are we feeling right now? Well, we've got a subscriber alert coming in from JB Henry, so we'll say that first.
Poker Face, like the game with 5 cards, being shown on the day of our 5th Twitch baby? Half-Life 5 confirmed?
Half-Life 5 confirmed. Well, apparently Half-Life 3 is almost confirmed. But thank you for the 45 months there, JB. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Close enough. Half. How are we saying, chat? 7 of 8, says Mark. Pretty confident then. I have 30,000 points, says Riff. I have no idea if that's true or not. Confident I'm safe, says BC. Delaware out of 8, says Brian. I got a rock, says Topper. A pet rock? Or just rock? Rock around the clock. I had a perfect round in Fall Guys, which I was sadly playing instead of the question, says Clive. A tough selection of questions there, but it wasn't too bad. Confident Ash that I am people... Confident Ash, I am people should fold now. I'm not smelling toast, am I? I've had a nightmare, got none of them right, so I'm taking my 2K and running, says Minute on the internet. Started tough, but the questions were nicer as they went on, says Mr. Vertigo. Sips some Earl Grey. Blah. I got 7 right there. I got at least 1 right, says Tipster. For me, it was the exact opposite. Got more than Prey. I know that for sure. Colo spotted the theme already. Ash, use your big boy word. What words, JB? I have no big boy words. Somehow I got a 12 without playing the game. Ash, what's happening? I'm scared. You shouldn't be playing the game if you wrote the pack there, only. I don't know how that works. You're staying in with 3, says Alpha Channel. That is bold if you're saying 3 and staying in, because I think previous times we played 4. You had to get at least 4 in order to get through, but you never know. It's a different game. Sounds like people are saying that these were harder opening questions than maybe previous David packs, but we don't know. People should fold now, Ash says. Fair enough. I think I exist, but I'm not sure, Tadaro. Oh, God. Not I exist, therefore I am. It's just I think I exist, therefore I'm not sure. No, these are easier than David, says Pruggs. Oh, we've got a contrary opinion in chat from Pruggs. So clearly Pruggs wanting to stay in then through the next round. But we will see in a moment when we go to the face-off. So consider what you currently have in the bank right now on your Hackbox devices. You are the only one to know that total right now. When we go to the face-off in a moment, that information will disappear. You will only get the countdown and a big fold button appear on your screen. If you want to fold, you'll hit that button. If you decide not to fold, you can just leave it go. Just let it go. But hope that you're not in the bottom 8 of the pack at that point. So you're hoping that 8 other people fold instead of you to continue on in that particular case. All right. My laundry is dry. I should fold, says Alpha Channel. Ha 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 ha. That said, I think I found a bug and we'll post it. Oh, have you now, Pruggs? Cool. If you found a bug, then that's going to be interesting for Poker Face scenario. But anyway, vote Canada, says Colo. I mean, that's also a good suggestion, but not on the cards right now in this game anyway. But it's time for our first face-off. "40 players with 40 poker faces, but 40 will become 32 at the end of this face-off. A reminder, 8 of you must leave this game at this point, either through folding through your own means or being eliminated if not enough players fold. Any last words from you in chat before I activate the dreaded countdown? I am the weakest link, says Stilgar. Does that mean you're going to fold? Thank you for your last words there, Topper. I am Spartacus, says Score. Do what Mr. Kitty says. Fold. This is Sparta, says Prey. No, this is Patrick. Because I'm not going to do it. Any last words? Cauliflower, because why not? Cos. Why not? Cos is different though, that's lettuce. Anyway. Hands by your buzzers. Start the countdown.
10, 9.
Midget on the web has already gone. 7 left to go.
6, 5.
Brian's gone. 6 left to go.
2, 1.
Ooh! We have overfolded for once, folks. We have a total of 9 players folding here. AJB, Brian, Flyboy, Maxio, Midget on the Web, Prey, Pyro, Relative Mole, and Shadowmane have all folded. Which means we have one too many folding. This is the first time it's happened. Which means one of you is actually about to be saved. One of you that has just folded, whoever it was last to fold, will be brought back into the game. But you have just shown your hand to everybody else. You've just told everybody that you're in a weak position and wants to leave the game. You've Tysoned yourself. Who's coming back? Natter is coming back into the game. So, Natter did fold, but was the last one to fold of the 9. Means you bring yourself back in, but you have shown yourself off as being in a really weak position. So you must have a really strong round 2 in order to convince your others around you that you're worthy of staying in the game. Everybody else, though, you have folded. Whether or not that is a good decision or not, you will be told on your Hackbox device. Keep that to yourself for now. You will be able to play the rest of the game out as a removed player. You'll just get some token dupes for all of the correct answers you provide from this point onwards. And we will see how well you would have done at the end in the prove-out. Do I bet on your total bank? Yes. As we continue this game on, it is based on your total bank first. After that, it's then based on the number of correct answers in that round specifically. Then after that, it's based on how fast you locked in your answers in that round, and then based on how fast you locked in your answers across the entire game. So those are the 4 different sorting metrics. Firstly, total bank. Secondly, number of correct answers in that particular round. Thirdly, time in that particular round. Fourthly, time across the entire game. Those are your 4 sorting options in precedence order. Okay, 9 players folded. We did bring 1 back to life. They have been saved in the form of Natter. Means we've got 32 players going into round 2. And what was 8, now we need to get rid of 9 in round number 2. So 32 will become 23. We sort of reversed the digits. And we've anonymised you all once again. You all are there, just hidden behind lots of question marks. What we're going to do in this round is we will show on screen who's got it right and who's got it wrong. But obviously you won't know who got it right or who got it wrong. You'll just be able to work out the average get rate of each particular question. And we're shuffling you up each time, so you won't know where you are currently standing on the screen. So don't go try tracking stuff because it's not going to work. But yeah, we will show who's right and who's wrong on each question, so you can get a rough idea on the rough average get rate of a question and whether or not you performed slightly better or slightly worse than the average person in the game. Okay. Here comes question number 1. Good luck. Which of these Need for Speed games was released first? Was it A, Undercover, B, The Run, or C, Payback? Oh, also, the value of the questions have now increased. It's gone up to, I believe, 3,000 for a correct answer in this round. Correct answer in this one was A, Undercover. Okay, interesting number getting that one right. Question 2. Who is the head of state in the country where the current UN General Secretary was born? Is it A, Yoon Suk Yeol, B, John Mahama, or C, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa? Interesting one this. You have to go through 2 levels of trivia. The correct answer was C, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. Good number getting that right, though. Question 3. Mark Almond and Dave Bell founded which 80s pop band? Is it A, Tears for Fears, B, Erasure, or C, Soft Cell? Correct answer there was C, Soft Cell. Okay. Question number 4. which of these currencies can you get the most units of for £1? Is it A, Japanese yen, B, Philippine pesos, or C, Indian rupees? Correct answer there is A, Japanese yen. Ooh, not many getting that one right. And final question, question 5. Which of these animals is closest to extinction according to the WWF? Is it A, the giant tortoise, B, the Indian elephant, or C, the orangutan? Everyone's locked in. Correct answer is C, the orangutan. And only 6 players got that final question right. So that's going to be quite a decisive question to consider as we go through the discussion on that particular round of questions. So yeah, quite a few sort of like, 50-60% get rates. There was one that was much higher, like 80 to 90%, but then that last question there, only 6 of our 32 players got that right, which is very curious to see. Well, I think I did better than average as score. If that, like, according to number, or just using the general terminology of, like, most endangered or extremely endangered or least concern, those particular terms they use. I think SB used one of those terms earlier on for talking about other stuff with the penguins and that. But yeah, we're using those particular terms on the WWF website. And the orangutan is the one that is closest to extinction on that description. Yeah, critically endangered is the keyword there. Indian elephants are endangered. Giant tortoises are vulnerable, according to the WWF. That's your keywords there on particular one. And the Japanese yen, you can get about 190 yen to the pound right now. Last time I went over to Japan, I got 150 to 160 yen to the pound. But yeah, 190 yen you can get to the pound. 110 Indian rupees and 73 pesos you can all get for one of your great British pounds out there. What else is everybody else saying? I just worked out the acrostic. Very amusing, says Colo. Very good. And score. I hope you're not cheating. Is using the morphogenetic field, is that classed as cheating? It's such a weird concept, isn't it? The morphogenetic field. Accessing the field is not cheating, says Scott. For those that don't know what the morphogenetic field is, go play 999 and VLR and all that stuff. Do the rules specifically address the morphogenetic field? No, they don't actually. And we don't have any particular way of penalising against that either. I think you can just about get 150 yen to the dollar at this point. Yes, the thing I keep saying is it used to be that you could just get 100 yen to the dollar, which makes it very easy to convert between the two. But yeah, because of the Japanese economy is still a bit in free fall. I think they're still potentially in negative inflation mode right now as well. Means that everything is like dirt cheap now in terms of Japan. So yeah, if you do want to go for a holiday in Japan, now is sort of the prime time to do so, because everything is still quite cheap and getting cheaper because of their economy, and you'll still have a good time there. Though, from some of the news that's been out recently, maybe it's not a good time to go to Japan, because there was only last night there was a live streamer that was stabbed to death while live, which is one hell of a thing, by a fan. No less. I don't quite get how that works. Apparently, it was some money thing. This fan had lent this streamer a lot of money and hadn't been paid back, and was unalived live on stream. Apparently. That's good to know, isn't it? So yeah, maybe not go to Japan, but do go to Japan, because generally it's good. Just don't go live streaming over there, I suppose. So long as none of us are ripping off Japanese otaku, I think we're safe. Yeah, I think that's sort of the rub there, Clive. Yeah, I think we're good. Right, I think we've had enough waffling. It's time to go over to Face Off number 2. Obviously, all eyes here are on Natter, as he did fold in the previous round, but was saved because they were the 9th player to fold. Though in this round, that wouldn't help you, because we are looking for exactly 9 players to fold at the end of this face-off. 32 players will become 23. So, have a look at what you currently have in the bank. Do you think that's going to be enough to get you through to the next round? Or do you think, nah, I've not done enough, but that's a good amount to walk away with. I should fold at this point. Any last words other than last words in chat? I'm not worried, says Manic. If I were you, I would think strongly about folding. Or not. Your choice, really. So not worried, says Manic. Final words, says Top of One Gaming. This has become like Final Fantasy now. Cheese, Gromit. Memento Mori. Flocky's out there. Choices are yours and yours alone. Good luck. JR. Hello there, JR. Thank you very much for the raid. The raid of 11 viewers there. I hope you're doing well out there. What have you been doing this evening? You are a bit late to join in the main game proper, and I can't remember the room code right now, but you may be able to join in for some token doots if you do want to play along, or just watch along and have a bit of bants, I suppose. But welcome on in, JR Raiders.
100.
When my dad was at his 40th birthday party, his speech consisted of the word artichokes. Maybe those words will help you.
Maybe they will, or maybe they'll hinder you. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Only appreciate that. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. If you have been raiding over here from JR, I know JR has been over on Royal Flush's side of things a lot. I do much the same kind of thing as he does, but on Wednesdays and Fridays, do quizzes and game shows interactive here on Twitch from around 8 p.m. up to about 10 or maybe even beyond that, maybe even 11 p.m. tonight, and we do all sorts of stuff like that. We're currently playing Poker Face. We're on the second round of that, and you're more than welcome to just hang about in chat and see how it all shakes out. But welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you're doing well this evening. But for our 32 players currently in the game, it is time to make a decision. 32 players, 32 Poker Faces, but 9 of you need to leave the game right now. Hands by your buzzers. Start the countdown.
10, 9, 8,
Colin and Puzzle Dan have already gone. We need another 7 to go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There goes another 2 and another 3, 4. I see 8 players that have folded. Colin, Drahuska, Fetz, Hex, Marbaloo, Puzzle Dan, Relative Mole, once again folding, and Sportsy. But 8 does not equal 9. We were expecting to see 9 players leave here, and we have not seen 9 players fold, which does mean one of you has unfortunately made an error, and you're about to leave the game with absolutely nothing. Who's gone? Stilgar has been eliminated from the game. Hard luck there, Stilgar. Unfortunately, you were somewhere amongst the bottom 9 of the leaderboard. We don't know exactly where. Obviously, players have folded. They may have folded out of position. Those that have folded, you will know whether or not it was a good decision or not to make your fold at this point. Keep that information to yourself. We will see all of that playing out in the reveal at the end of the game. But Stilgar, unfortunately, you were somewhere in the bottom 9. We know that as a fact, and you have been eliminated. Hard luck there, but folded or otherwise, you can continue to play along for a bit of fun. Get yourself some token doots for correct answers. They're not worth much, but they're worth something just for a bit of interactivity. For the remaining 23 of you, let's go to round 3. And we have to thin the herd out by another third or so. A bit more than a third on average. 23 currently in the game, but another 8 must leave the game at the end of the next round. The value of the questions has increased once again. We're up to 4,000, I believe, for a correct answer at this point. Another 5 questions to play out. Good luck to you all. Let's see the first question. Which of these has the most carbon atoms in its chemical formula? Is it A, methanol, B, nicotine, or C, caffeine? Correct answer on that one is B, nicotine. Question 2. The cooking YouTuber Andrew Ria, aka Binging with Babish, takes his pseudonym from a character in which TV series? Is it A, The Wire, B, The West Wing, or C, The Walking Dead? It starts with the W. The correct answer is The West Wing on B. Question 3. What was the name of the 18th century art style based on a revival of the Baroque period? Is it A, Romanticism, B, Impressionism, or C, Rococo? Everybody just getting an answer in time. The correct answer there was C, Rococo. Question 4. Which of these counties of the UK has the most northern point? Is it A, Wiltshire, B, Worcestershire, or C, Warwickshire? And yes, it is pronounced Worcestershire, not Worcestershire. Correct answer, though, is C, Warwickshire. And question number 5. Which of these films won the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Picture released in 2024? Is it A, Borderlands, B, Madame Web, or C, Joker Folie à Deux? And the final answer was C, Madame Web. And that is the end of round 3. You knew this one, did you, JR? Wow. 1 out of 5 would help. You probably will need a bit more than that, though. I know you're playing along for a bit of fun as you raided us into the game there. But yeah, we'd be interested to know how well you would have done. Were you in the game or otherwise? Oh dear, I'm in trouble now, says BC. What a nightmare, says Mark there. Easy every time, says Manic. And Topper got all 17 correct. That's how that works. Fluking the UK counties, I'm not convinced will be enough, says BC. Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. Do whatever you need to do, JR. Go and chill, relax, decompress from stream. I know that's definitely a thing people have to do. So by all means, lurk or whatever you want, whatever you need to do. I'd say I've done well enough, says Ralph. I hated that round so much I'm considered suing it for defamation of character, says Clive. Got at least 2 right, says Hex. That might be 2 more than some people. Ari Worcestershire. I've had beef with how you Brits pronounce things ever since that 1% club where they said Seal Lava and Kishtara right with each other. Sorry, those are spoilers for the most recent edition, I believe. But yeah. They can manage to solve the centre association. Right, okay. All out of spell slots, says Stilgar. Alpha Channel says they're folding at 24,000 doots. That's interesting that you would potentially reveal your current doot value and what you are potentially doing. Because that may not necessarily sway your other competitors. I mean, if you're saying you're folding, then your other competitors are going, fine. 1 fewer that needs to fold at this point. I can sit tight. If I'm not in the bottom 7, then I'm fine. Because we are looking for 8 players to be eliminated. And if you happen to be in the bottom 8, then we're only looking at a few players. I'm playing on with 4,000 dukes as score. BC says 28k is potentially going to be the break point at this point. Well, we'll see how it all shakes out as we go to Face Off 3. Thing is, you wouldn't really see much Worcestershire sauce here in Sheffield because we have our own thing. We have Hendo's instead, Henderson's sauce, or Henderson's relish, I suppose, is more technical way of describing it. Loughborough, Loughborough. That's some great English words here. I know it's nothing like, but you'd only ever see Hendo's in Sheffield. You wouldn't see Worcestershire. You wouldn't see anything else. So you know. People should not fold or do. I'm already folded, Ash. Makes no difference to me, says Puzzledan. I love Lukeyberg. care to put a cheeky fiver? Oh, I don't know about that. Is it chunky then to be relished? No, it's not chunky either. So we have 23 players in, but we have to say goodbye to another 8 of you. Means we'll be left with 15 going on into round number 4. Any remaining words in chat? Closing words, concluding words, here we go. For my conclusion, beaver. We've got a beaver from Proogs, apparently. Today I saw a statuette of a dog that looked like Chewbacca. The butler did it. Delaware. I don't know how that gets into this, but anyway. Call me Mr. Get It Over With, says Clive. All right, then. Hands by your buzzers. Start the countdown.
9, 8,
Mark is gone. Another 7 need to go.
5, 4,
If Mark's gone, then holding out the hope for the rest. Alpha's also gone. Oh, here we go. We have 9 players folding once again. Alpha Channel, Fold Count, Joseph, Kegler, Mark, Marcini, Pengu Face, Proogs, and Sanchi all folded. But I only wanted to see 8 fold at this point, which means one of you is about to be brought back into the game. So who's shown their weak hand and is about to go back into the fray for round 4? Let's find out. Marcini, you were the last one to fold. Means you get brought back into the game. Everybody else, though, Alpha Channel, Fold Count, Joseph, Kegler, Mark, Pengu Face, Proogs, and Sanchi, you have successfully folded. That is the end of your game. It will tell you on your Hatbox device whether or not it was a good decision or not to fold at your current point. Again, keep that to yourself, and we'll continue on with our remaining players. We've got 15 still in. Let's go to round 4. Including Marcini, who was resurrected. So maybe in a weak position going into a very brutal round 4. Yes, you see right. We're getting rid of another 9. And there's 15 of you right now. This is all leading up to a heads up for the final round, round 6, which is why it looks so brutal at this point. But this is to avoid it being incredibly brutal on the round 5 juncture. That one has a reduced amount that gets eliminated, but that just means all the other rounds have to account for that and you get more getting eliminated. But yeah, at this point, at the end of round 4, 9 of 15 of you will be leaving the game. Again, we'll be revealing who's right and who's wrong, but not necessarily who's right and who's wrong. If that makes any sort of sense. It makes sense in my head, but it's an interesting catchphrase nonetheless. If you're all ready, good luck. Here comes question 1. Which of these venues has the highest maximum capacity? Is it A, La Scala Milan, B, Royal Albert Hall London, or C, Palais Garnier France? All answers in. The correct answer is B, the Royal Albert Hall in London. Only 5 players got that right. Question 2. How many kings of England reigned during the 100 Years' War? Is it A, 5, B, 6, or C, 7? Just one missing out on answering. The correct answer was A, 5. Whew, only 3 players getting a right answer there. Question 3. On the first episode of Top of the Pops in January of 1964, which song was that week's #1 single? Is it A, I Only Want to Be With You by Dusty Springfield, B, I Want to Be Your Man by the Rolling Stones, or C, I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles? Now, one of these was the first one to be played on Top of the Pops, but was not that week's #1 single. The correct answer was C, I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles. A few more getting that one right. Total of 8. Question 4. in the solar system, in terms of distance from the sun, where is the dwarf planet Ceres? Is it A, between Jupiter and Uranus, B, between Mars and Jupiter, or C, between Uranus and Neptune? Correct answer is B, between Mars and Jupiter. And a few more getting that one right. And the final question 5. What Greek lowercase symbol is used in mechanical equations to express the amount of friction a surface has? Is it A, mu, B, tau, or C, rho? And the final answer there was A, mu. Hooray for math, says BC, and 7 of the 15 getting that question right. And that brings us to a close on round 4 of Poker Face tonight. Can't believe I remembered that from A level, says Riff. Well, yeah, you would do. Actually, I probably do you cover that particularly in GCSE level? You might if you're very, very good at it. But certainly at AS and A level, you would see that because you'd be talking about static and dynamic friction at that point. How is this my best round, says Hex? Well, sometimes you can just look into the correct answers. That is entirely possible as well. Two cats on a sloping roof. Which one falls off first? The one with the lowest mu. Very good. Slash physics joke. I knew that last question from the mathematical joke book my tutor had. Probably the one that Proust just mentioned. Maths with mechanics at A level for me, says Only. Yeah, GCSE further maths I think starts mechanics. Yes, that would also do it as well, yeah. You got mu out of row correct, says Topper. Sure. Praise for the bad math because 60% will be going bye-bye, says Chrono. Yes, someone's doing the quick maths there of 9 of 15. If you let me through this round, then I promise I will fold next time. I don't know if you can hold that promise at all there, but we'll see. Same, me too, says Mr. Vertigo. I don't know if we can hold that for all of us. Mad Math Beyond Thunderdome from Only there. Right, well, 15 of you are in right now. Have a look at the totals that you have on your Hatbox device right now. Is that enough? Do you think you've done enough to get through to the next round, or is that enough to walk away with right now? Remember, 9 of 15 of you have to leave the game at this point, which is a lot of you. It is over half of you. It is 60%, as someone said. So, take it all into consideration as we head on to Face Off 4. Oh my, says Stilgar. You get a buzz for that one. Can I check my dutes now, says Kegler. I don't know about that. You had your opportunity to have a look at how many dutes you have on your Hatbox device. We've gone to the face-off and it's not there on your screen. Well then. I think people should not fold this time, says Postan. You're not even in, doesn't even matter. But Clive is apparently going to skip this fold and play some Hanafuda instead. Don't mind me. It's okay. You do you, Clive. You were playing some Fall Guys earlier on anyway, so, you know. Any concluding words? Any for my final words? any final words from anyone in chat before we go to the face-off proper? Discontinuous sausage! Slash words. Closing tag words. Yeah, those are words, certainly. Thaumaturgy, sure. Right, and honk from JR. Thank you for the honk. I say I don't have the button, but I actually do have the button. I haven't put it on my soundboard yet, but if I go to Ben and I go to Discord and I scroll up a bit in my DM, then I should have a honk. Oh my god, I'm scrolling up quite a bit here. Where's the honk? There it is. There we go, I do have a honk. I know I don't have to put it on the soundboard topper. To be fair, I don't have much space on it. I need to add other sounds instead. Apparently I need to do the a cappella edition of Who Dares Wins. That needs to be a thing, so, you know. This bit was better. Right, okay, yeah. Right, and by your buttons. Again, 9 of you had to go from 15. Start the countdown.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
No one's breaking yet.
3, 2, 1.
Ralph's gone. Okay. Clive, Conrad Lack, Draco, Pie and Mash, Ralph, and Vertigo have all folded. But, to surprise mathematicians around the world, 6 does not equal 9. Which means 3 players are about to be eliminated at the end of round 4 with absolutely nothing and have made a fatal blunder. 6 does equal 9 when rotated, though. Shut up. Riff, Shapes, and Marcini have all been eliminated. It definitely was on the cards already for Marcini. They had shown their hand at the end of the previous round by folding and getting resurrected. Means they were in a weak position, and indeed they were. They were somewhere in the bottom 9 of the leaderboard to be eliminated at this point. For the other 6, though, that did fold, it will tell you on your Hatbox device whether it was a good idea or not. Keep that to yourself. We've only got a couple more rounds to play out. We have 6 players remaining. We've got Christopher, we've got Chrono, we've got DMC Cola, Unique Ben, and Woollyback heading into our penultimate round, round 5. It is not randomly selected from the bottom alpha. No, it will go in leaderboard order from the bottom up for the eliminated players. But we don't necessarily know where in the bottom 9, because there could have been some at the bottom of the leaderboard that did correctly fold. That's a fact we don't know yet, but they are somewhere amongst that bottom 9. That's the only information we can glean at this point. But we've got 6 players left in the game. As I say, Christopher, Chrono, DMC, Colo, Unique Ben, and Woollyback. You are still in this game. But we do need to say goodbye to 2/3 of you at the end of this round. 4 will be eliminated. Value of the questions increased by another 1,000. 5 more questions to go. Good luck. Here's question 1. How many years was it between the release of the original A Star Is Born and its remake starring Lady Gaga? Is it A, 71 years, B, 76 years, or C, 81 years? Yeah, not much to separate here. The correct answer is the greatest distance, C, 81 years. Question 2. Greta Thunberg's mother represented Sweden at the 2009 Eurovision Song Contest. What is her name? Is it A, Anna Bergendahl, B, Charlotte Perrelli, or C, Malena Ernman? Tick Eurovision content there. The correct answer is C, Malena Ernman. Question 3. First doing so in 1934, what was the first African nation to play at the FIFA World Cup? Is it A, Morocco, B, Algeria, or C, Egypt? Correct answer there was C, Egypt. Question 4. Who won the US election in the year that the Constitution was most recently amended? Is it A, Bill Clinton, B, Franklin Roosevelt, or C, Richard Nixon? Proper think you on this. The correct answer was A, Bill Clinton. And finally, question 5. From worldwide data in 2024, the average adult spent roughly how long on the internet each day? Is it A, 4.5 hours, B, 6.5 hours, or C, 8.5 hours? If looking specifically at the UK, that was somewhere around 4 hours and 20, blaze it. But worldwide, it's a bit longer at 6.5 hours on average each day. And that brings us to a close on round 5. Interesting. Very interesting questions there. How do our 6 players think they've done? Christopher, Chrono, DMC, Colo, Unique Ben, and Woollyback, how do you feel after that? Oh wow, didn't know that, says Hex. So I got none right. Wouldn't any full-time office worker pretty much have to spend 8+ hours a day on the internet? Well, yeah, but there's also a load of other workers that aren't working in offices today. There's a load in the, in the service industry that get paid sub-minimum wage and don't even get paid much in tips and basically get taxed out of any sort of earnings at all. So, yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, that happens in the States, by the way, folks. So, yeah, just unmitigated disaster, says BC. Well, that's not what you want to see. I got some right, some wrong, some so-so, says Topper. Did you get the Eurovision question right, though? That's the real question. Complete guesswork and kept going wrong on every 50-50. Oh, yeah, would remote workers count? Potentially so, Silent Marine, yes. Artivet's got a 6.5 out of 24. I'm not entirely certain how that. Topper got 12 points for the Eurovision question. Again, you can't get 12 for that. You can get a number of thousands instead. But if you got 12, if you only got a dues, then that's definitely a bug I need to fix. Should have cashed out last round. Got a negative, says Colo. If you got a negative Joker, play with that. That's going to be balling. I think people should flip a coin on if to fold. No. Don't use coins to make life decisions, Puzzle Dan. It did so well, the game. Let me back in. How does that work? Yeah, you can't be reprised, Clive, unfortunately. That's not how it works. Though, I wonder, what if in a situation where too many players fold, in the place of those that extra fold, we bring in players that may have done better in the side game? That would be something now, wouldn't it? I don't know if that's particularly fair, but that's certainly a thing that could exist. That's proper chaos mode, yeah. Talking Eurovision, for those who have listened to the songs, what are your thoughts of the songs we have so far? What are your thoughts of the UK entry? There won't be too many that have done. Obviously, those that have are pretty much already discussing that in the separate Discord for it. I have listened to the UK entry on its own. I haven't really listened to anything else outside of that. UK song, interesting. I don't know if it's gonna win. I don't think it's gonna go bottom though. It's definitely unique enough. But I'll leave it at that because I know that people don't really want to be spoiled on that information until like the actual week of Eurovision itself. But yeah, it's an interesting song. I'm kind of interested by it. Especially with all of its time modulations. I think that's about as much as I will describe about the song. But anyway, outside of all the Eurovision nonsense, we've got 6 players in, and 4 of you must leave the game here. So, let's go to Face Off 5. Go on YouTube, Conrad. Like, if you want to listen to any of the Eurovision entries, the official Eurovision YouTube channel uploads them all. That's the easiest way. And if you want to see any of the other contest stuff from like San Remo, etc., there'll be other YouTube channels that have also uploaded all of those. So there's lots of stuff on YouTube if you want to go listening for things. But on your own head be it. Right, 6 players are in. Any remaining words from our 6 players? It's the end of the words as we know it. Thanks, Topper. We still have like France and Georgia left to give in their song, says Nata. Well, yeah, Eurovision is still a distance away. The actual Eurovision thing. Lempster, hello there, Woollyback. We've got some Lempster going on. I'm a fish, blub blub, says Tipster. Well, you've already folded at this point or been removed from the game, so you know. The mitochondria is the power of the house of the cell. I don't know why I even bother asking you these things. Anyway, hands by your buttons, folks. And if you 6 are ready, start the countdown.
10, 9, 8,
4 must
7,
go.
6, 5, 4, 3,
And
2, 1.
well, this is gonna be deadly. because nobody folded. Ouch. We could be losing like 50, 60k at this point per player. Well then. 4 of you have made a grave error and are about to leave the proceedings with absolutely nothing. My God. Colo's gone. Woollyback's gone. Chrono's gone. DMC is gone. You worry, you weep, but Topper, you're through to the final round. You and Ben, interesting here because you both know at this point that you are position 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. You know that as a fact because the other 4 were all eliminated. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard. So you know they are the closest distance they could be to each other. One of you is the top player. One of you is the second player. As to which position you are currently holding, we don't know yet. We will see in a moment's time. And we've got one more round to play out. But Chrono, DMC, Colo and Woollyback, that is some balling decisions there. Unfortunately, did not pay out for you because you have just been eliminated and you have lost absolutely everything. Okay. Did they both say they weren't confident? Well, sort of. BC was sounding a little bit wavering. Boy, where is this fold button on Hackbox? I so badly want to hit. Oh, whoops. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm going to have the last word, says Topper. Spoken like a true gent. Well, here we go. It is the heads-up round between Topper One Gaming, a.k.a. Christopher, and BC 2014, a.k.a. Unique Ben. Let's head there now. This is the final round. 5 more questions to play out. The questions are now at their maximum value. This is a unique round in which we do get to see whether the players were right or wrong, however, with an added twist. If it shows that a player got it wrong, then they definitely got it wrong. However, if it shows that the player got it right, well, the software might be lying just a tiny bit. We won't know whether it is a truth or not, but the software will, on occasion, bluff for the player. So when you see that it is correct, it may actually be a wrong. Or it might actually be a right. We just don't know. Yes, the software intentionally, on occasion, will lie in this final round. Sounds like a bug. No, it's actually a proper feature, JR. It's a fantastic feature thought up by David J. So you won't necessarily know how well you've actually done. Only you will know how well you've done, obviously, but that's the entire proceedings of the game. Good luck. Here comes your first question. Which of these Stieg Larsson books was released under a name with the same literal meaning in both Swedish and English? Is it A, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, B, The Girl Who Played with Fire, or C, The Girl Who Kicked the Hornet's Nest? Very tricksy question to word here. The correct answer was B, The Girl Who Played with Fire. Both players potentially getting that correct. Question 2. Which of these Chinese dynasties ruled the earliest? Is it A, Qin, B, Xin, or C, Min? By the way, option C, not to be confused with Ming dynasty with a G. That is a different dynasty to Min, but the correct answer in this case was A, Qin. Again, both players potentially getting that right. Question 3. In the Tomb Raider game and film series, what is the name of Lara Croft's father? Is it A, Richard Croft, B, Simon Croft, or C, Michael Croft? The correct answer is A, Richard Croft. Ben definitely got it wrong. Topper might have got it right, so maybe extending a lead here. Question 4. Which country produced the most cacao in 2024? Is it A, Brazil, B, Côte d'Ivoire, or C, Ghana? Look at that lock time. The correct answer was B, Côte d'Ivoire. Both players potentially getting that right. And finally, question 5. In the Islamic calendar, which month comes directly after Ramadan? Is it A, Safar, B, Shawwal, or C, Shaban? Apologise for any pronunciation issues there, but the correct answer was B, Shawwal. Ben definitely getting it wrong again. Topper potentially getting it right for a potential max out. Well then, that is some interesting viewing on stream. Obviously, our players know how well they've done. Topper, did he really get all 5 right in that round? Ben could only get a maximum of 3, maybe got fewer than that right. We don't know that either. But at most 3. For Topper, at most 5. Yeah, Topper, look at that, says BC. You are so definitely miles ahead. Interestingly, Topper being quite quiet about this right now. Or it could be nothing. Yes, it could absolutely be both players getting absolutely nothing in this round. Is entirely possible. I definitely have not underplayed my score up to this point for Topper wanting the last word. Ah, I see. He's holding off. He's not saying much because he wants the absolute last word. I see. I see where he's going with this. He's really, really holding on to a poker face right now. Is Topper a major buffer? Buffer? I think you meant bluffer. I think there should be an L in there. I got all 5, maybe right or maybe wrong, says Topper. Really showing a poker face at this point. I'm a neutral third party. You two could both tell me your scores and I'll sell it to your opponent for the right price. Clive, we're not doing any black market dealings here. Topper told me he just passed 100k, says Colo. Interesting. What are the chances that the check question mark is wrong 5 times in a row? I'm not going to say. I'm not going to tell you what the odds are of that showing or not. And the thing is, if Topper has got all of them right, then it doesn't matter because all of them have shown as correct and there's nothing the software could do at that point. It could only show as correct. So I couldn't tell you what the odds are, unfortunately. There is no way to know. So, I think it's time, Topper and Ben, to go through to our final face-off. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh, this is going to be good. I actually want to see some stats right now. Okay. That's very interesting to see. Normally, I don't want to see some information, but this one I actually do want to see some information. I'm not going to say anything about it, but it's some interesting information. I can't tell you who's got the most though, but I can see the best and worst scores right now, and it is interesting. Well, Topper, you do need 100k to win. 6, 5, 3, 4, 4. The rounds before this, that one was my worst round, but you add those up. You should be able to know my score correctly. Has BC given you the full equation here? Or is he steering you adrift? Topper! Any final words? I should, but I couldn't be bothered to calculate it. Can't be bothered to calculate it even. Words. Those are your final words. Words, words, words. What are words? Apparently they are just sounds. Either way, Topper and Ben, hands by your buttons. This one being the final one, says BC. So he's having the final word. Or is Topper having the final word? Just 10 seconds away, we'll find out who our winner is of 250,000 doots. Start the countdown!
9, 8, 7.
Oh my god, who's gonna do it?
6,
Who's gonna do it?
4, 3,
Are they gonna do it?
1.
No one is folding at this point. Both players feel like they've done enough to win the game. Well then, here we go. One of you is about to win 250,000 doots. The other, though, has just faltered at the final hurdle and is about to lose it all. Two poker faces, both holding their nerve to the absolute limit. But who has won? Ben has won Poker Face tonight and has won 250,000 doots. Well done, Ben. Topper, unfortunately, did not have the final word at this final face-off. And you walk away with absolutely nothing. Not even a penny. Okay, I really need to see those stats, says BC. I mean, you will be very intrigued to see what the stats are at this point of the game. Oh my god. Right, well, that is the game of Poker Face, but now comes the really tricksy bit of seeing exactly how it all played out. Who should have folded? Who should have stayed in the game? Let's go reveal by reveal. Starting off with round number 1. That is where you all stood in. And in this case, 3 or more was actually enough to survive round 1. It was a harder pack. There was only one player who got all 8 right. That was Clive, so they were in a very comfortable position there with 18,000 doots. But those with 2 and fewer, they were in the drop zone, them being Flyboy, Hex, Pyro, Sanchi, AJB, Relative Mole, Maxio, and the Midget on the Web. Yeah, Midget on the Web got absolutely none right, so they were definitely in the right to fold at this point. Who else did fold? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so we had 3 players above the line folding: Shanamain, Prey, and Brian for the third time. Third time in a row, folding on round 1 out of position. Brian, you need to hold on your nerve just a bit longer for the next game, because that's 3 times in a row now that you have survived to the next round proper, but you decided to fold instead. And with those 3 players folding means that they save Relative Mole, Sanchi, and Hex. So, Relative Mole, Natty, you were actually sort of in the drop zone, so you were right to make your fold decision, especially that far down, but because of 3 players folding above you, you were brought back into the game alongside Sanchi and Hex. So, let's resolve that end of that round with all the scores that you actually earned. There we go. And we move on to round number 2. How did we do on that? Best was a 4 from Conradalac. No 5s on the board this time. Quite a few in the drop zone. We had 9 in the drop zone at this point. Fets, unfortunately, having a bit of a mare, getting none of the 5 right. So they were into 30th place. So we're in a good position to be folding at this point. Clive still holding on to the pole position with 27,000 doots. Christopher Topper doing very well there, getting 4 right in that round. You're up to 26,000 doots in second place. Where's Ben at this point? Currently in 4th place. So, yeah, our final 2 players currently in a good position on the leaderboard, both placed. Who folded? Who didn't? Oh, Puzzle Dan! Well out of folding there. Folded in 8th place. You were clear of the fold by 5,000 doots. Yeah, regrets were made. You definitely survived probably 2 rounds worth fair, actually, at that point. But that's how the game goes. You did decide to fold on 21,000. That does get paid out to you. And because of 2 players folding above the line, that means Sanchi being saved for the second time. And Pengu Face Tipster getting saved at this point as well. They were in the drop zone, but got saved because of Puzzledan and Colin folding above the line. Stilgar, unfortunately, was below the line and was eliminated there. Yeah, you were absolutely so close to going out there, says Tipster. But you were saved. So let's resolve the board after round 2. Stilgar, unfortunately, getting eliminated, so we wipe their score down to 0. Okay, we go on to round number 3. 8 players were eliminated in round 3. Any perfect rounds? No. There was a 4 from Woollyback, and that extends them up into 3rd place. Christopher got 2 right. They're up to 34,000. Unique Ben, they got 2 right, going to 5th place, 31,000. Bit of a change at the top, though. Ralph goes up to 1st place with 35,000. Clive slides down into 6th place, only getting 1 right, down to 31,000, actually below Unique Ben because they scored 1 fewer correct answer in that particular round. That's why they get ranked below there. A couple of players in the drop zone getting absolutely nothing.
Cheer 100. This post-game debrief is honestly fascinating.
Yeah, it's so good, JR. Thank you for the 100 bits, because on the show, they would have a green room cutaway kind of thing to do all this debriefing of how the round played out. We don't get that option to do that while everyone's playing simultaneously, so instead we just move all of that to the end of the game instead. And yeah, it's so good to see how the game played out after the fact, and you can sort of use this as sort of a post-game analysis to figure out how to play future games as well. But yeah, Pie Mash and Fold Count having a mare in that round, getting absolutely nothing. They were in the drop zone. How did players fold out? Whoa! Look at that fold from Joseph! Man! 4th place. They were safe as houses for yet another round on top, and decided to fold on 33,000, thinking that wasn't going to be enough to get through. I mean, it means you get 33,000 doots, but you were folding well out of position there. Mark and Kegler also folding above the line means 3 players below actually getting saved, including Marcini overfolding, getting brought back into the game. They did correctly make the decision to fold, but they were saved instead. Pie Mash and Riff. Yeah, Pie Mash getting nothing right was actually saved at the end of round 3. But Score Count getting nothing right did not get saved. They were folded instead. The beauty of this game. So let's just sort that out. Put players back where they should be. There we go. Brings us to our top 15. With Christopher in 2nd place there, Ben in 4th place, so they are in a good position right now. This is where 15 becomes 6. So how did this round shake out? Maximum of a 3. These are some brutal questions, clearly. In the drop zone, we have got quite a few players on 2. Marcini did get 3 in that particular round. That's why they played on and decided not to fold, because they thought that extra question may have been enough. But alas not. It was not enough to survive. They were in 12th place at that point. Let's see the folds. Ralph folding out of position. Clive folding just out of position. They were on the line, above the line, critically. But should not have folded at that point. But did so. Means that DMC and Colo, they survive the drop there. As Riff, Shapes and Marcini, they get eliminated as they were at the bottom 3 positions that were remaining that needed to be eliminated. Let's close that out and nuke those 3-player scores there in 13th through 15th. Leaves us with our top 6. How are they currently doing? Woollyback currently in pole, Ben in 2nd, Christopher in 3rd, Cronin in 4th, DMC in colour. Now, we do know at the end of this round nobody folded, and it would leave us with our top 2. So how did that shake out? Yeah, Ben getting 4 of right gave them enough to take pole position, and Chris getting 3 right. Again, just pushing them into 2nd place. Everybody else getting 3 or fewer. DMC, I could see why you would have continued on with your 3 correct, thinking that was going to be enough, but it was not just enough. You did need another 5,000 doots, so another correct answer would have been enough to get through to the final. Chrono, Woollyback and Colo, it wasn't enough to get through. That is the end of your game. Which means I think I can see what Topper's score in the final round is here, says BC. Well, you are currently 8,000 different, which is more than one question's worth. Those are the players that got eliminated. Let's just quickly resolve that board and nuke all of their scores. 50,000 apiece, and then some, all going to the void. So yeah, it's a difference of 8,000 here, which is 2 questions worth, because they're worth 7,000 apiece at this point. So yeah, just needed additionally 1 more. Ben could only get up to 3. Topper could have gotten 5, but critically did not score enough. How many was it? They both got 2 right. It's exactly the same. Wow. That's how the RNG works. 3 of those on Topper's side were a bluff. 1 of those on Ben's side was a bluff as well. You thought Topper was on a 3. Yeah, it wasn't as close as 1,000 in it. It could have been, though. It could have been 1,000 in it, which would have been super tight. But it was 2 questions apiece correct there in the final round. Topper was in the drop zone thinking, well, they've probably done enough, but unfortunately, they did not do enough. In hindsight, I should have folded. Well, in hindsight, Topper, I don't think you should have. That was actually a good position to hold. Given the stack of questions, it did tend to be on the harder side tonight. So I think you're probably right to go in on 76,000 at this point. Yes, it is less than 84,000, but compared to the other scores that are around you, probably the right play to make. Especially with the information that you had on screen, that you knew you got 2 right and Ben could only get 3 right. It's possible. It's kind of possible. So definitely fair play on going in on that and not folding. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to the 76k. That gets eliminated like that. And Ben, you are our winner. We bump you 84,000 all the way up to 250,000 doots. Now that's a 3x return there. That's quite the return on Poker Face. It's a 3x return at the end. But that's how it goes. And well done on all of our players there in Poker Face. And I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope you enjoyed the prove out of all of the data as well. Some really, really great things to see. And great to see all of the scenarios happening out. People folding out of position, people overfolding as well, and then being brought back to life. It's the first time we've seen that happen in this game. So yeah, lots of great stuff to see in Poker Face. And thank you to Oni for what appears to be a very, very difficult pack compared to everything else we've had. But really, really sold the Poker Face aspect of the game quite entirely, because it was a different author. We didn't know where the top level would be, so we have no idea, no real metric as to where the division point was. You had to just play that as the questions lied, and was really, really good. Turns out the thing I thought was a bug at the beginning was in the game was in fact a feature. What was that, Proogs? I'm curious to see what that is. Yes. Yeah, that's not a bug. As I say, you do get 2,000 dukes for free. That was something that Score mentioned that they added to Series 2 of the UK edition. It's so that you have something to work with, even if you get nothing or 1 or 2 questions right, rather than starting from 0. The first game we played of Poker Face back in Quizmas, that did start out at 0. But from now on, we actually start out from 2,000 onwards, and the questions are valued at 2, 3, 4. The questions are worth 2,000 as well. That's why it may have looked like a bug that the first question you got right added an extra 2,000 or something. It's just because I gave you 2,000 for free. So yeah, that's all good. All good. I was going in on such a whim, says Oni. Really fun to see that played out. Yeah, really, really good fun to see that played out. And thank you for such a brilliant pack of Poker Face. That really was a brilliant pack. And I hope you all enjoyed it as well. And as Ben mentioned, he does have a pack in waiting. I can't remember exactly when that is due to be broadcast. In fact, can I have a quick look? Did I actually allocate a time slot for it? I must have done. I must have allocated a time slot for it. Ooh, hello there. Poke her face. Did I allocate a time for it? Apparently I haven't. I'll allocate a time for it, B. I'll definitely allocate a time for it there, Ben. Because it should be up here somewhere, but apparently I haven't done it. So I will find time for it. I'm looking at my private schedule as well, Tip, with all the authors associated to things, and it's not there either. So, yeah, I will find time and put it in somewhere. I'll definitely do that. Cool. Well, that brings us to a close on tonight's stream. What's happening in the rest of the week is I will be back on Friday. With some more quiz nights. What have I got for you on Friday? I've got 1,000 heartbeats for you on Friday is what I've got. We have received some additional questions from Lingo today, actually. We do have some from Oren, I believe, and Sooty Cat, and I'm forgetting the other author's name right now. But yeah, we've got some questions added in. I think Alex also submitted some as well for 1,000 heartbeats. We will see that all played out on Friday, March the 14th, here on stream, 8 p.m. And then next Wednesday, does say on the stream schedule, May the 19th. Yeah, that's a typo. I should say March the 19th. But next Wednesday, I am not streaming because I will be seeing Hot 8 play in Sheffield. So I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, I'm going to be absent next Wednesday. And then the Friday after that, it says outright currently on the schedule that will be replaced by the 100,000 Duke drop and then Secret Fortune. So that's what's happening on my streams from this point onwards, the next week or so. Hello, headphones. Yes, I know you've just turned off because there's been no audio for 5 minutes. I'll sort that out in a moment. Yeah, happening in the rest of the week. Ben was due to restart game night, but is currently ill. And is currently recovering and has just called for a sort of a temporary hiatus to things. So do give Ben all the love, and we will await the return of Game Night Season 18 once he's full and fit and proper. And only then, we're not going to rush him into doing things. We will be patient until that happens. But it could be a week, could be a few weeks still. We don't know. We'll await further news over on his side of things on Discord. And there will be some... there will probably be some Wheel After Dark at the weekend as well, but I'll talk more about that on the Friday stream. Right, yeah, it is time for a spin. It is, bloody hell, it's 11:30, is it really? Okay then. But yeah, we will spin twice because I was due a spin on the Friday because I terminated the stream early. So, spin double. Yes, we'll definitely do that. Let me go to that camera there. And head on over this way. And spin a wheel. Oh God! Very wobbly today. Apparently it's me, is what it is. Huh. All right then. Okay. Well, that's a good start. That is me. It is barely me. It nearly went to In the Grid G, but it is barely me. So it's personal choice plus another spin. Let's try it again. And go. Yes, it stopped a bit more abruptly tonight when I tightened it up. And a tipping point for 45k. Well, that's going to be a weird thing, isn't it? It's me. My decision on tipping point 45k. Right, how does that reconcile then? My decision on tipping point 45k. How am I going to reconcile that? Oh, I know how I can reconcile it. Because there is a thing you haven't seen yet of tipping point, actually. There is a thing you haven't seen. Or if you've been on the website recently, you might have noticed it, but I haven't seen anybody say they've noticed it. So there is a thing in tipping point you haven't seen yet. So I might actually bring that up for the first time tonight. I could veto it. That's very true. I could veto it. But I think what I'm going to do is the following. I'm going to do Poll, 45,000 split or steel? No, not golden balls. 45,000 apiece. How many drops? I'm putting those in quotes for reasons.
Cheer 100.
Typing point!
Yes, Jasons. Thank you for the 100 bits there. How many drops will it take for the jackpot counter to go over the tipping point? We're not going to split, so anyone that is right, they will get the full 45,000 apiece. We're going to say 10 or fewer. 11 to 16, 17 to 22, 23. Hang on, we'll do sort of that. I'm trying to think of the formatting for this one so that you can type it. Yeah, we'll go with that, I think, as our formatting. Have you ever considered doing a stream version of Take It or Leave It? So that's not for me to do. That one is a Matt thing. I'm leaving that to Matt to do if he wants to do it. I don't want to step on people's toes. So yeah, I'm going to leave that for Matt to make a decision as to whether or not that happens on stream. Not my place to do it. Right. What slot would it go? Well, that becomes my decision, you see. But before we do that, let me bring you over to the tipping point machine. There you go. And I'm going to show you the prediction. I'm not going to open it live just yet. So how many drops will it take for the jackpot counter to go over the tipping point? There's a reason I'm using quotes there. The ranges will be 10 or fewer, that is minus 10, 11 to 16, 17 to 22, 23 and above. Now you might be thinking, why are these numbers looking a bit bigger than normal? Well, there's a reason I'm using the quotes drops like that, because I've added a new mini counter, and they drop in 3 at a time from one single drop. And it goes a bit like this. Just so you get a flavour of what they look like and how they behave. There they are. So yeah, little mini counters. Little mini counters, that is what you're going to get in the machine tonight. So there's your example. Now, obviously, I need to set the stage with the actual jackpot counter. So let me sort that out. And I'm going to give you the best option available. I'm giving you drop zone 4. Because everyone knows you play on the edges. So that drop counts as 1. Those 3 counters count as 1 drop. That's why I say drops. Because it counts as a drop. Okay? So that is the stage set. Let me switch back to mini counter mode. I'm now arming the poll. If you'd like to make your bids, say either minus 10 for 10 or fewer, 11 to 16 for 11 to 16, 70 to 22 for 70 to 22, or 23 plus if you think it will take 23 or more counters, 23 or more drops to get that jackpot counter over the tipping point. I need to make sure I count it. So again, when I drop 3 of those mini counters, that only counts as 1 drop. All right? If in doubt, could always think of them as turns. Yeah. So whenever I make a turn, like say drop zone 4, light it up, that counts as 1. Doesn't matter how many counters drop down to that point. That counts as 1 turn, as it were. Are all turns going to be triples? Yes, they will all be mini counters. They'll all be a triple mini counter drop each. Well, no one thinks it's going to be 10 or fewer, pretty much. Oh, sorry, Tipster does believe it's 10 or fewer. But pretty much everybody else thinks there's going to be more. Majority thinking 17 to 22 from the looks of things. Right. Are we all good? I think we're all good. Last chance to make your bids, and I'm going to hide it away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's put that away. So hopefully, actually, you can't see that from here. Let me quickly adjust the size of the... Let me adjust the size of the window. Oh, hello there. Oh, yeah, I forgot that happens when you do that. I'll fix that in a moment. What I wanted to do was show the counter in the bottom corner. So let me just resize it so that it fits appropriately. There we go. That fits about there. There we go. Whee! Let me just reset that. There we go. Because what I'm going to do is just add loads of them. In fact, what I can do is if I do that... no, because that makes it harder to work the other ones out. I'll just put 30 into the machine and we can work from there. We can easily count from 30. So that's just going to keep count of how many drops we've done. Rather than me having to count it out manually. So that's a thing, all right? So it's got 30 in the machine. We can work backwards from there. So if it's, if the count at the end is 20, then we know that it was 10 or fewer. You see where I'm going with that, all right? So let's start off. Drop zone 4. And it only counts as soon as I actually do the drop. So we might be here a while, folks, but we'll see. Let's go. That's number 1. Not doing much. Yeah, they are more bouncy as well. That is in their physical nature, that those ones are slightly bouncier. Let's have another drop. There we go, making a bit of progress now. Nice. We like to see it. Let's continue that push there as well. And we're good. All right. Next up, drop zone 4 again. Let's drop them down. Also, I like how they have slightly different sounds as well. Nothing there, so we'll do another drop. Here we go. Yeah, they like to flop a bit more as well, so you get a bit more verticality with them. Actually making decent progress on the jackpot counter, must be said. Obviously they are smaller, and they don't have as much heft to them, but they're spreading out more, so they're actually making more progress. Let's keep going. Add another drop, please. So this is drop 5, essentially. Oh, that's good progress. That is really good progress. Okay, it is on the edge of the top shelf right now. It hasn't dropped yet, but it's on the edge. Let's go for another drop. Go! That might be enough to get down. Not quite. Not quite enough to get down. We're going to get rid of the doubler, though. There we go. The doubler falls over. All right, let's keep going. Look at all the little blue counters there. Another one, please. Okay, this should be enough to get the jackpot counter over. Right, we're halfway there. But is it going to flop? Oh, God, if it's going to flop, we're going to be here a while. We're going to be here a while. We're going to be here a while, folks. It flopped. Well, here we go. Let's keep going. Oh, bloody hell. A lot of bouts on that one. Not really doing much progress, though, because they just landed on top of other tiny counters. So let's do another drop. That was a great tumble there. No help to us whatsoever. Here's number 10. Tip. It's not looking good, I will say. But you never know. You never know with Unity Physics. But that is 10 down, and yeah, nothing has dropped over. The jackpot counter has not dropped over yet, so that means you're not getting paid out. Let's continue on, though. Next. Drop 11. Oh, hello, though. This might be good progress. As 1 goes over. Okay, maybe not then. It did actually push it a little bit. All right. It has pushed it a little bit. Nah. That bounce, though. And... oh, nothing came off there. Okay. Let's try another one. Go. That was better. Those are better placed. We might get some more progress. As 1 goes over there. Oh, we're getting the sound. Again, another push. It's getting there. Slowly, it's getting there. I will let this one push out as well. There it goes. Let's go drop zone 4 again. It's interesting, that area of the top shelf is almost exclusively mini counters now. Oh, by the way, those wanting to know what the value of a mini counter is, it's half the value of a normal counter when it goes over the tipping point. So I think they're worth £25 a piece. Oh, here we go. Oh, big push. Oh, okay. Okay, then. Interesting situation we see ourselves in after 15 counters down. The jackpot counter is technically over the tipping point right now. It's not directly on the tipping point, but it is on a counter that is definitely resting on the tipping point. In fact, I think it is kind of balancing precariously there. Any more pushes, and I think it might go over. And we're in the latter end of option B, 11 to 16. This is the last drop for the 16 section. Here we go. Big bounces. Could be some progress here. 1 has gone over. And... that's it! It's gone over! There it is! Option B, 11 to 16, pays out. So let's show it back up again and press the pay B button. Congratulations to our 12 winners going with 11 through to 16. That was the correct response there. I've never cheered so much at physics, says Shapes. Well, there you go. Yeah, just look at all of the mini counters there. There's loads of them. I mean, you can do the math on it. It's 16 by 3 of them. There's 48 of them in the machine right now. But yeah, there you go. 10,000 jackpot victory there after 16 drops of the machine. That was quite cool, says Colin. Well, let's do a multi-drop of it all as well, shall we? Yeah, multi-drop. Let's take and see the absolute havoc. So much fun. So much fun with a physics engine, eh? Oh, dear. Havoc is a different engine. Actually, Tipster does use Havoc. Modern version of Unity does use Havoc these days. But either way, that brings us to a close on the tipping point tonight and quiz night, more broadly speaking. No, that's not split. That's 45,000 apiece for each of those that predicted that Alpha Channel. I was debating whether or not it was going to be a split, but it was 45,000 apiece for those 12 players. So well done on that prediction. So yeah, that's it for me tonight. Long stream from me. Sorry for the long stream, but that's how it goes sometimes. Thank you for tuning in all the way through. Still got 50 viewers watching right now, which is incredible. I will be back on Friday for some more quiz night. We've got 1,000 Heartbeats as our mainline game on the Friday stream. Lots of good stuff to be looking forward to then in that. I hope you're looking forward to it. I will see you soon. Until then, take care. I'll see you on the Discord. Do we have anyone to go raid into on Twitch? Let's have a quick look to see if there's anybody online right now to go raid. That. Go to following. We've got NASA, though they're doing SpaceX stuff, so I don't know if I want to necessarily deal with SpaceX. Frost for Towels is actually on Games and Quick. Might just go raid over there. Anybody else currently raiding at all? Let's have a look. I got Scrub did it, G. Eisens. Fair enough. We will go. Oh, hey, Farron's on actually. I'm going to go raid into Fahrenheit. In left corner, or whatever it's called. I always get this bloody ad on Twitch. It's stupid. But yeah, we're going to raid into Fahrenheit. Go and do /raid on that. And that's going to be it for me. I don't know what we want to say over on Farron's side of things. We'll go with, you know what? We'll say mini counters because yeah, or mini blue counters. We'll go mini counters. Nice simple word to go with as our raid message as we go and raid over. So take care. I will see you on Friday for some more quiz nights. Until then, take care. Stay out of the cold because it's gotten cold again in the UK for some stupid reason. And my energy bill is not happy about that. Anyway, bye.